I would like to warmly welcome all the distinguished presenters and participants for your valuable presence in the Council for Research in Values and Philosophy's International Online Seminar on the theme of the meaning of cultural and religious identity in the pluralistic and globalized world. The agenda of today's event will start from an opening speech from the chairman, Dr. Mikhael of Atma Jaya Catholic University, and Dr. Nugroho Sharif of Islamic State University, Sunan Gunung Jati. Next is the first presentation session. Then after lunch is the second presentation session. In the end, we will listen to the closing speech by the Vice President of CRVP, Professor João Vila-Chã of Gregoriana University, Rome. Our moderators today will be Professor Dr. F.X. Armada Riyanto of Malang School of Philosophy and Theology and Mr. Yeremias Jena of Atma Jaya Catholic University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mikhael and Dr. Nugroho Sharif.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anna. I am happy to see you. I have to ask maybe Dr. Sharif is already there or not yet. I don't see him, but okay. He already there? Okay, distinguished professor, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to our RVP online conference. Hope that all of us are doing well in this morning. At the first, before we start to get a meeting, let me trace the points of our conference. The first one is today international meeting has been postponed for 1 year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, I got 17 proposals from 19 professors for this conference, but most of them do not confirm with the online conference. I'm of opinion that they are right. How can we build a cultural dialogue in a virtual world in which each of us cannot present ourselves in a cultural specification? This is not just a rhetorical question. Last year, Lucas Carantino, president of the International Federation of Philosophical Society in Iași, Romania, expressed the same tone. I cannot talk to each other in an online meeting, but he also said, it is the only way we can do now. I feel how difficult to appeal to online conference audience, but I also believe that cultural sharing can take place in a virtual meeting. All of us are homo digitalis who can act beyond physical boundaries on the one hand and can express our experience in our way on the other hand. The second one, I want a little bit to touch the topic of this conference. Cultural and religious identity are central as they define a personal profile of a community. In this virtual meeting, each of us can show him or herself as an Indian, a Filipino, an Indonesian, an American, a Chinese, a Russian, and Portuguese. It is so clear that there is no point in asking what identity really means. Each of us comes with our own identity, and I believe that we are satisfied to state with a cheerful resignation, we are what we have become. Nevertheless, identity is a diffuse concept. In some countries, identity has become a political concept which is used as an instrument in achieving power by those who have lost the power. Also, the concept of identity is diffused with the interest of market. In both interests, the concept of identity no longer focuses on personality core, but rather identifies each person with interest and style. Therefore, as thinkers, we are called to answer basic questions. How much have we used the concept identity, and how much have we indulged in it? Commonly speaking, we take care of the idea of identity in personal and social meaning. It is personal because we have fundamental beliefs and commitment in terms of which we orientate ourselves to the world and define our place in it. It is personal achievement because it involves a choice, a decision to become this or that kind of person. But identity is more than that. It is a social reality that includes a variety of relationships and roles. We identify ourselves to and are in turn identified by others. Since all human features, relations, and categories become socially significant and are used to classify individuals, we call them social identity. My third point is about the problem that most of our speakers touch deeply. That is the problem: how could our cultural identity and religious identity play their roles in the global world? I think the problem is not a simple one. In this global world, we can close our eyes to two problems. The first one is the increasing confusing problems of the identity under the condition of an increasing cultural pluralism and the close coexistence of diverse tradition and lifestyle as the consequence of the partnership between state and nation. The second one is the problem of individual uncertainty, which elicits a considerable amount of diffuse anxiety, fear, and flame-flower aggression. In such situation, our question is, could the individual identity crisis can be solved in a postulate security of collective identity? By putting our thoughts on the culture and religious identity, we attempt to find out the genuine rationality of our world of life as the main source of knowledge and morals. As a source of knowledge, cultural and religious identity is an original place of understanding humans, since all cultural and religious identity contains meaning, motivation, memory, anticipation, and configuration of individual feelings. Cultural identity and religious identity is a sort of moral understanding. In such realm of identity, everyone becomes the master of himself and is the subject of values. Thus, logos already exists in cultural and religious identity. Under the thesis that logos already exists in cultural and religious identity, we are called not just to look for the others, but also to listen to them as far as they appeal their face to us. This is dialogue of culture and religious. To this point, I think the idea of the transversal rationality is more important. It is transversal because it is the way we seek to find convergence without the precise point of meeting, unification without similarity, commonality without uniformity. In such transversal rationality, the differences are still important in reaching agreement. Thus, in the transversal rationality, equality and diversity, identity and difference will never become the sole principle which subordinate to each other. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope Dr. Norman Sarif is already there. If not, I want to close my speech, and especially I want to say thanks to all the speakers in this room. We have tried to keep to touch with them and many others who cannot come in for many reasons. Their willingness to come in a virtual space is the honor of ours and our university. So allow me to thank Professor Dr. Alois Agus Nugroho from Atma Jaya Catholic University, Indonesia, Professor Ahmad Haris Jubair from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Martha Beck from Lyon College, Batesville, USA, Professor Tumapudi Bharati from Mahila University, Tirupati, South India, Professor Dr. Srikala Nair from Nalanda University, Bihar, India, Professor Dr. Parthasarathy from Sastra University, Tamil University, India, and Professor Dr. Carmela Ramos from Mapua Institute of Technology, Manila, the Philippines, and Professors Hadje Sadje from Center of Palestine, the University of London, UK. I also thank to Dr. Who, Executive Secretary of RERV, who always reminds me about many things, and also Professor Dr. Joao Vila-Chã, Jesuit, Professor of Philosophy in Gregoriana University and Vice President of RVP, who will give a closing remarks to this conference. I also thanks to Dr. Armada Riyanto and Professor Yeremias Jena, who are willing to lead our conference as moderators, and all participants, our international students and colleagues who have emotional links both with our university and RVP, and under the spirit of making international dialogue. We hope that this full day meeting will be a fruitful one. Once again, thank you very much for your kind appreciation of this meeting. Selamat berseminar, Mikhael and Norman Sharif. Thank you.
Thank you for such an inspiring speech, Dr. Mikhael Dua. Moving right along, I would like to invite our first moderator, Professor Dr. Franciscus Armada Riyanto. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My name is Franciscus Armada Riyanto. I'm from Widya Sasana School of Philosophy and Theology in Malang, Eastern Java, Indonesia. Well, we would like to welcome the distinguished speakers for the first session, Professor Agus, Professor Martha, Professor Christina, and Professor Parthasarathy. So I would like to give the first chance to Professor Agus, Aloysius Agus Nugroho from Atma Jaya University. So each one of you will get 30 minutes for the presentation. And Professor Alois Agus Nugroho will present the Javanese local wisdom as a phonetical wisdom, a cultural strategy to deal with the global crisis. So please go ahead, Professor Alois Agus Nugroho. You are very much welcome if you introduce yourself briefly in your presentation and who you are like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So please, yeah.
Thank you, Professor Armada Riyanto. My name is Agus Nugroho, or Alois Nugroho. I have been working for Atma Jaya University since a long time ago, since 1978, I think. And now I'm asked to present my paper by Dr. Mikhael Dua. I hope you can hear my voice.
Yes.
Yes, we.
Yeah.
The voice is clear. Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah. Please, the next. So I begin with, what is philosophy? In my paper, I follow Michael Sandel's philosophy untouched by the shadows on the wall can only yield a sterile utopia. Or my dissertation long time ago, 1991 in Leuven, Brussels, I studied the philosophy of Whitehead. For example, process and reality. Whitehead says that philosophy can be compared to flight of an airplane. Starts from the ground of concrete issues. It makes a flight in the thin air of philosophical principles and abstractions, and that it again lands for its application amidst the reality. Next, please. The examples of Indonesian local wisdom. I try to list some examples. For example, the local wisdom of Sundanese communities living in the west part of Java Island. They have the idiom of in Sundanese language. That means no forest, no water, no future. Whereas one of the most famous rituals in the day of Nyepi, on which they all of the community members should keep silent, with no sounds of vehicles, no gadget, no light, no disturbance for the reflecting upon the relation with God and the universe. In the case of Javanese communities, the teaching of Surya Mentaram is worth to mention. Surya Mentaram's teaching can be regarded as a condensation of the wisdom of the Javanese cultural wisdom. Prof. Armada Riyanto and me belongs to the Javanese ethnic group. So we are accustomed to this wisdom. Javanese local wisdom. The Javanese are the largest ethnic group of Indonesia, native to the island of Java. At present, the Javanese people consist of approximately 100 million individuals, maybe more. And borrowing Ricoeur concept of paradigm of translation, I want to say that the Javanese culture is a culture of translation. Due to its having encountered with various cultures in a long span of time, especially with Indian, Hindu Buddhist culture, for more than a millennium, with Chinese culture since the 13th century, with Islam since 14th century, and with the West since the 16th century. An article in Pacific Journal of Philosophy. Next, please. My sources are from 2 Forsen, London. The sources of Javanese local wisdom are taken from 2 Forsen, London. Forsen, London is a Dutch word, the meaning of which is countries of aristocracy. I'm coming from these countries of aristocracy. Professor Armada is from Jawa Timur. My mother came from Jawa Timur too, but my father came from Surakarta Hadiningrat. That is Surakarta, Solo, since the Japanese occupation became Solo, and Ngayogyakarta. Professor Ahmad Haris Zubair is from Ngayogyakarta Hadiningrat. I am from Surakarta Hadiningrat. Both cities are in the central part of Java. My sources are the first is taken from Yogyakarta source, namely the Siksa of Surya Mentaram. Mentaram is from Mataram. And nowadays, Keraton Mataram is Yogyakarta. Kesultanan Yogyakarta. And the second source, I have Surakarta source, namely Serat Wedotomo of Mangkunegara the fourth. Please, next. The first source is like this. Kawruh Bejo in Javanese, it means in English, the knowledge of happiness. The teaching of Surya Mentaram, the son of Mataram, as the condensation of the wisdom of Japanese culture, maintains that human beings should be able to say enough in their efforts to meet their needs. Surya Mentaram was the son of the Sultan of Yogyakarta, which left the palace at the age of 30 years old and lived in Beringin, a countryside of central Java, located near the town of Salatiga. We can even say that Salatiga is a city of central Java in which many inhabitants of Salatiga are Christian, Protestant, or Catholic. Even Universitas Kristen Satyawacana Christian University is located there. It is Salatiga is very much like Malang in Jawa Timur, I think. According to the Kawruh Bejo, human being is constituted by two elements, that is desires and the I. A human being has various desires. Without desire, human being cannot keep alive. Therefore, human life is unimaginable without desires. Next, please. In this case, Surya Mentaram, the knowledge of happiness, the Siksa. According to him, people behave according to the Siksa wisdom, that is in Javanese language. The first sa is sa kepenae, the second sa is sa butuhe, the third sa is sa perlune, the fourth sa is sa cukupe, the fifth sa is sa mestine, the sixth sa is sa benere. The sa kepenae means that we should behave according to one's own rhythm or pace. Sa butuhe means that we should behave according to one's own need, according to our own need. Saperlune means we should behave just enough to meet our own need. Sakcukup means just enough, no excess, no overconsumption. Sakmestine means the need should be a real necessity, should be authentic, not because of envy or greed and the likes. Sakbenere means the way the need is met should be right and ethical. Next, please. Furthermore, the sexual wisdom can be reduced to the wisdom of sakmadya or moderation. The sixth is only sakmadya or moderation, which can be seen as the Japanese equivalent of the Aristotle virtue of phronesis or phronetical wisdom in Paul Ricoeur's term. With the wisdom of phronesis, human being can live sustainably in harmony or laras with himself or herself, with fellow human beings, with nature, and with divinity. Next, please. The second source is Vedotomo from Mangkunegaran, Surakarta Hadiningrat. Vedotomo means the knowledge on virtues. Schwartropson, a philologist who translates the Vedotomo from Old Javanese language into English, observes that Javanese scholars of literature, if asked to mention the names of some of the highest products of their literature, may begin with the Vedotomo. The book of Vedotomo is written by Mangkunegara IV, the junior partner of Kasunanan Surakarta, the kingdom of Surakarta in the present days of Java. As to the date of the book of Vedatama, Robson says that it is not known with any certainty, but it can be placed in the late 1870s, toward the end of Mangkunegara IV's reign. According to Sir Robson, the moral teachings of the book of Vedatama is not intended for all young people, however. The Wong Anom, or younger generation in the text, are the descendants of Senopati. That large group, including all the nobility of Central Java members of the Kasunanan House of Surakarta, its junior partner, the Mangkunegaran, and the Sultanate of Yogyakarta, and its offshoot, the Paku Alaman. I can even add that Senopati brings the reign from Pajang to Kota Gede, the city of Professor Ahmad Kharis Zubair. So we are all aristocrats now. Next, please. The audience of the Book of Vedatama has not been limited to the young nobility only nowadays, let alone to the descendants of Senopati. I am from Pengging, and Pak Kharis Zubair from Kota Gede. In the era following the Independence Day of August 17, 1945, more and more common people can enjoy the teaching of Vedatama by listening to the radio, while the influence of nobility went, if not totally disappear, in the present-day Solo. Television and then internet become new media through which the moral teachings of books such as Vedatama reaches its larger and common audience. In such a way, the teaching influences the Japanese people. It becomes an important element of Japanese way of life and Japanese identity. No longer can it be regarded as a moral teaching addressed to the young nobility only. Next, please. For example, a school teacher who descends from a peasant family or a petty trader family can claim that the first stanza of the first canto of Vedatama talk about herself or himself. This is the first stanza of the first canto of Vedatama. Mingkar mingkurengu koro akarono karenan marti siwi sinawung resmineng kitun sinupo sinukarto mereka tarto pakar ilmu luhung kang tumraping tanah Jawa agame ngaji. The English version is more or less being busy with sentences as a teacher, as one is pleased to teach future generations. It is cast in the form of a delightful song, finely finished and well-tuned, so that the knowledge of virtue will really be applied. Because to the land of Java, virtues, agama, religion, define human dignity. The virtues of religion define human dignity. The next, please. Our canto, the third canto and the stanza of Vedatama, which is very well known in Java. Ngelmu iku kelakone kanthi laku lekase kelawan kas tegese kas nyantosani setya budya pangekese durangkara. The meaning of which is knowledge can only be effective. It is followed by action. It begins with determination, because determination gives us strength. Namely, I cannot read. Determination to live virtuously, eradicating evil in our hearts. Next, please. Conclusion. We have mentioned above what we can learn from the Japanese wisdom as an element of the Asian way of life. Japanese ethics has a fanatical wisdom in which people should live samadhi, which means rightly in the middle, neither deficient nor excessive. Surya Mentaram teachings, for example, maintains that people will live a peaceful, a happy life if everyone can be a supervisor of one's own desire, joy and sorrow, and the success or failure, and the effort to satisfy the desire. One can live peacefully or happily if one lives according to the sixth wisdom. Sak penake, sak butuhe, sak perlune, sak cukupe, sak mestine, sak benere, which can be reduced into one sa, that is samadyo. That is the phronetical wisdom of the Javanese wisdom or kavruh. Next, please. The second conclusion is, but the moral knowledge will have efficacy, will make a difference only if it is translated into action. That is the meaning of ngelmu iku kelakone kanthi laku. That is delivered in the book of Vedatama that is said to be written by Mangkunegara IV. In short, the knowledge that we should live phonetically should be realized in our everyday lives and everyday actions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Professor Alois Agus Nugroho. So I don't realize that Professor Agus Nugroho, beside a marvelous philosopher, is also a good singer. So what we have today is actually a complete presentation from Professor Agus Nugroho. He is not just a teacher, but also a singer. Well, Professor Agus Nugroho mentioned several places in connection with the Javanese wisdom. That means that wisdom in Java actually is much more localized, or it's more connected with the localities. So from Atma Jaya University, we would like to proceed to United States. So we go to Professor Martha Beck. So you got 30 minutes, and we are really very grateful if you introduce yourself briefly before your presentation. Yeah, thank you, Professor Martha. So,
okay, so I have a lot to say, so I think I better get started. But I did have a Fulbright in Indonesia, and at the end of the paper, I'll talk a little bit about Pancasila. But I think Indonesians would actually understand the connection. My colleagues in Indonesia liked my view of spiritual humanism. So that's where I'm going. Most of this paper consists of a description of what I call spiritual humanism. Also, you could make the screen so we all have the same, I don't know, I like to talk to people, but I don't know, however you can do that. My starting point for developing this point of view was my study of Greek philosophy, which led to my understanding of how all aspects of Greek civilization were structured to cultivate spiritual humanism and the education of the mind or soul, the word nous. This in turn led to the study of the nature of civilization as emerging from the human condition, from the basic humanity that has been and still is at the core of cultures throughout the world. My work has gone in a number of directions, all related to the theme of the conference. This paper briefly discusses some of those branches: Carl Jung and archetypal psychology, the 12 Olympian deities of Hellenic Greece. Could someone else admit people right now? The list of Aristotle's virtues and vices, and the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and its capabilities model of human development. The unifying theme here is that the educational process, starting from early childhood, has to be focused on the education of the mind or intuition, or what the Greeks called nous. Modern views of reason, including utilitarianism, Descartes, Kant, and postmodern views of deconstruction, are not the direction international culture should go. Instead, a contemporary model of wisdom, our reasoning capacities, the math, the science, the technology, has to be governed by wisdom, is what is most needed in this post-COVID era. While studying the ancient Greeks, I noticed that the patterns and ways of living promoted by the most prominent civilizations are much more similar than different. I could not help but notice the similarities in the lives of Socrates, Jesus, Confucius, Buddha, the Hindu guru, Muhammad, and more recent examples of Gandhi, Martin Luther King, who've all exercised Aristotle's virtues. When I teach this material, students are not even surprised after about the fourth example. They understand the patterns and can connect them to their own lives and the lives and experiences of people they know. These similarities led me to an examination of Carl Jung in archetypal psychology. As all archetypal psychologists point out, the education of the mind requires an education of the emotions, actions, choices, reasons, and patterns and ways of life that are driven by an educated intuition. The goal is to integrate the most primitive drives, pleasure and fear, into civilization. Jung points out the similarities between the world's most well-known moral icons, and he did an extensive examination of the mythological traditions of many of the world's ancient cultures. Jung concluded that every culture has two main tasks: to integrate excess aggression into positive and productive ways to live, which Jung called assimilating the shadow, and integrating sexuality and sexual attraction into stable families and many kinds of creative expression and production. Cultures use mythology, not social science, to educate the primitive drives. A mythological story triggers a repressed emotion so that those drives are brought into consciousness and can be guided in productive directions. Our natural vulnerability and the fact that we're conscious of it often leads people to excess fear, to lack of trust in others, to a refusal to cooperate, to a desire to control and oppress others, and to military aggression. Both in relation to other countries and in relation to each other, fear-driven citizens will harm each other and refuse to help each other or cooperate. Since human beings are naturally dependent on each other, societies driven by fear eventually self-destruct or function at a much lower level of human flourishing than they could. Our natural desire for reproduction, enabling the species to survive, is connected to intense pleasure. The fact that students are born in a very helpless state and need the intense care of adults for many years means that societies have to educate adults to limit sexual pleasure and drive to a long-term commitment to the other parent of their offspring. They also have to learn to cooperate with an extended family so the children have a network of adults they can turn to while they're growing up. The patients of archetypal psychologists are adults who were not given the care they needed as children. They were ignored or harmed in some way. Wounded children become wounded adults who in turn wound others. Many mythological stories are about excess physical, military, and sexual aggression and all the harm done by these excesses. In most cases, but not all, the stories are about male-dominated societies. The abuses are committed by men, mostly powerful men, and the innocent, especially women and children, are killed or deeply wounded. These excesses drive the wounded or relatives of the dead to harm others. The 12 major deities of Hellenic Greece each represent what I call spiritual passions, because they all represent ways human beings live for the sake of something greater than themselves. As Jung points out, human beings need to live for the sake of some higher purpose or some idea of the greatest good, either for them or for their societies or for humankind. The deities mostly fall into pairs with the male and female representative for each passion. Zeus and Athena are the god and goddess of justice. We are social and political creatures by nature. In order to flourish, we need to live in political communities, communities based on a common body of laws and institutions. Humans by nature have many intellectual, artistic, and social capacities for creating communities based on love of some common good beyond mere survival. In order to maintain order within this diversity, they need a common body of laws to provide limits to behavior and to ensure that those with power use it for the sake of the well-being of others. Lovers of justice create, apply, and enforce laws that aim to produce and maintain a large and stable middle class so that everyone can flourish. Apollo is the god of reason, which includes science, math, applications of science in industry and technology, the power of reasoning, of logic and argumentation, and the power of speaking persuasively, among other rational powers. Apollonian reasoning is what leads to the creation of cities. Apollo's twin sister, Artemis, is the goddess of the wilderness, reminding us that we have to balance our capacities for creating a culture based on exploiting natural resources with a respect for preserving natural resources. Hera is the goddess of honor. Her son, Ares, is the god of both war and honor because soldiers are often honored most by cities because they preserve national security. In Greek myth, Ares becomes brutal and has to be controlled by Zeus, Athena, and Hera. We should not honor military victory when it becomes too brutal. Hera focuses on honoring those who contribute to a higher quality of life in a community, people who weave people together based on some common sense of purpose. Poseidon and Demeter represent the powers of nature that human beings must respect in order to survive. They remind human beings not to overstep their natural bounds, but to develop sustainable societies. Demeter is the goddess of natural and human fertility. If human beings offend her, she will stop producing and we will starve. This is obviously a problem today. Poseidon is the god of the sea, earthquakes, drinkable water, and has control of the winds. If humans offend him, he will make the winds blow and the sea will flood the earth with salt water. Again, we have clearly offended him and are paying a price. Hades and Persephone are the god and goddess of the underworld. The focus of the mythology is not on motivating human behavior with the threat of divine reward or punishment, although this is part of the story. The focus is on living in a way that leaves behind a story of your life that lives on after you are gone. You have to live for eternity with the story of what you did with your life. This story remains on earth and also remains in your mind in the underworld. It's a reminder that you ought to seek wisdom in all aspects of life and leave behind a better world for your children and grandchildren. Aphrodite and Dionysus are the deities connected to sensuality. Sensuality is not evil, but is an important part of human life. It's the source of our inspiration and motivation. Without passion, we can make up all sorts of ideas of a good life, but will not have the passion to act on those ideas. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, inspires us to live beautiful lives, to love what we do and inspire others to create what inspires them. Dionysus is the god of wine and the theater. He's the impulsive one. The stories of the Greek poets, the stories recited or performed in the theater, are stories of humans and gods who go to extremes and make terrible mistakes. The gods represent human behavior when people are fixated and obsessed about one idea of the good and refuse to compromise or balance out these sacred passions with all the others. Each of them has some idea of the good and gives arguments that can seem compelling. In the end, though, being partially right or appearing to be right is completely wrong and disastrous. These stories remind audience members that they have to continually examine their lives. They are supposed to compare the tragic characters with their own lives or the lives of those they know so they will change their minds and their lives and educate each other. Hestia and Hermes are the deities related to our ability to recognize the kinds of patterns listed above, patterns that are expressed in the mythological traditions of every ancient culture. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, who provides the place where people can come and deliberate about their lives. Hermes is the messenger god, who takes the messages from the gods on Mount Olympus to human beings. He is also a trickster and a liar, so it's not enough for anyone to think they are following what Zeus or another deity demands. Humans have to think for themselves to decide if what they think is truly a message from the gods, or if they have been deceived by Hermes, who really represents their own ignorance or corruption of character. The stories of the Olympian deities and of the characters in Homer, Hesiod, and Greek tragedy who are possessed by a deity all reflect the virtues and vices as Aristotle defines them. One major theme throughout Greek culture was the education of citizens to learn to think like citizens. Every aspect of their lives is connected to political life and to their capacity to make good judgments about public life. This is especially true of those born into privilege. Their relationships to spouses, children, and other relatives have a profound effect on their ability to govern their cities. When they take revenge or overreact or act on ignorance, everyone in their society suffers. Modernity tries to deny inequality, but it has only freed those with privilege from what used to be called the obligation of the nobility. The myths show that those with privilege have more responsibilities and more obligation to exercise virtue. Like Jungian psychology, the two most fundamental virtues for Aristotle are temperance and courage. Temperance is the virtue in relation to the physical pleasures of eating, drinking, and sex. Courage is the virtue in relation to all types of fear, physical, social, and political. Generosity is a very important Aristotelian virtue because of the power of greed to lead nations to attack each other for wealth and to an internal civil war between the rich and poor and social collapse. Greed is the most powerful and most common cause of social decline and unrest, according to the Greeks, not according to Donald Trump. Okay. Magnanimity is generosity at a large scale, when the very rich give back in a big way to promote human well-being. Anger is important because of the many ways societies can fall apart when people allow anger to lead to a breakdown in social bonds, or at the extreme, when taking revenge leads to severe harm and the desire of those harmed for vengeance, leading to a cycle of internal collapse. Wise honor is the virtue of binding people together in ways that go beyond the demands of the law or of a job. Honorable behavior leads to a high quality of culture in any society. Wise ambition is the virtue of finding out one's talents and the kinds of activities that give one a sense of meaning and purpose based on the social and cultural need that this talent addresses. Once discovered, a person with appropriate ambition does what is necessary to get the credentials and be able to exercise that talent as a professional. Almost any natural capacities can be lived out as a sacred calling or can be corrupted by greed or power lust. The talent of making excellent shoes that are good for people's feet can be corrupted by greed. A greedy shoemaker today would make high-heeled, pointed-toed shoes that do great damage to women's feet. Friendships are very important for engaging in conversations about how to live, from overall goals to specific decisions that will enable friends to give each other meaningful guidance. Friends help us know ourselves, our strengths and weaknesses in relation to our talents, as well as our virtues and vices. There are many political virtues. First, the virtue of knowing how to succeed in the economic system without getting greedy. Second, knowing what kinds of laws should monitor the economic system to promote a strong middle class. Being a good legislator also includes knowing how to create laws governing all aspects of social and political life that will promote a strong middle class. Some of those laws focus on distributing social goods like education, healthcare, and other goods and services everyone needs. Other laws focus on punishing wrongdoing. The virtue of equity is the ability to apply those laws to particular situations. The goal is always how to maximize the flourishing of everyone involved. The Greeks divided regimes, this is added, so into 6 types, 3 just and 3 unjust. Monarchy, the rule of one person, and family aristocracy, the rule of a small privileged class that inherits privilege, and democracy, constitutional government based on laws and elected officials that make and enforce the laws. When those in power use their power to promote flourishing, the societies are just. When the powerful abuse their power and use it to gain more for their families and friends, the societies are unjust. Homer's famous book, the Iliad, is the story of 2 corrupt societies. The monarchy of Troy is dedicated to wealth and destroys itself. The aristocracy of the Achaeans is driven by the love of power and is internally conflicted, leading to great unnecessary suffering. Plato's dialogues describe many, many ways that the democracy of Athens became corrupted until it eventually collapsed and the people elected a dictator. Athenians in every sector of society were using the power they had for personal gain with no concern for the well-being of the society. Eventually, the city fell apart. All these stories are warnings to people who live in monarchies, aristocracies, or democracies. Sorry, this was added. They indirectly show people why they should seek virtue, justice, and wisdom, because to fail to do so leads to unnecessary suffering, social decline, and if bad enough, social collapse, and the rise of an authoritarian ruler who claims to return the society to law and order and stability. This only leads to a dictator who uses the system for the benefit of his family and friends, leading to more social unrest, and the cycle begins again. The intellectual virtues are those connected to the god Apollo. These capacities need to be kept in check by the moral virtues and wise leaders because they're so powerful. People with Apollonian talents and the opportunity to get formal education can easily use their expertise to exploit others for wealth, power, or popularity. Many stories of Greek poetry show the corruption of people who are smart but morally weak and their terrible effect on everybody else. Aristotle's virtues and vices can be applied to the world's mythological and cultural traditions without using the Greek ideal of the good life as the only or the best model. Other cultures will have stories of temperance, which show they have a different idea of the best choice in a given situation. The main point to make here is that the stories are not advocating the extreme behavior. The educational method is purgative. The stories magnify our worst impulses and fantasies and show us the horrible consequences of acting on them. They want us to flesh out even the desire to act in these irrational ways so we can direct all our energies to engage with people in relationships where everyone involved flourishes. Colleagues attending this conference will know the United Nations Declaration well. I assume they're also familiar with the Amartya Sen's capabilities model, for which he won a Nobel Prize in economics. Martha Nussbaum, a prominent public intellectual, wrote a book on women and human development that began by explaining how Aristotelian the capabilities model is. More recently, Western women who have tried to go to developing nations and promote women's rights or capabilities have been accused of a Western bias that can even be viewed as another type of colonialism. Western women focus on reproductive rights and controlling population in developing nations, rather than focusing on the way Western corporations exploit women's labor and the natural resources of those nations. Poets today could write tragedies based on the bad intentions or the tragic good intentions that have led women who want progress to criticize and undermine each other. Conclusion, I received a Fulbright Fellowship in 2012 to teach Western thought at the Sunan Gunung Jati Islamic State University in Bandung. When I read the founding document of their political philosophy, Pancasila, I was convinced that whoever wrote it was familiar with Aristotle's ethical and political theory. The document establishes a democratic society based on the idea of God, unlike the political philosophies of the West. But this idea has to include Confucianism, Protestant Christianity, Catholic Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and more traditions are being added continually. This is consistent with Aristotle's very generic unmoved mover, and with what I have defended elsewhere as the view of an ultimate unity underlying Greek mythology, poetry, and tragedy. While in Indonesia, I lectured extensively on spiritual humanism and Greek culture. My Indonesian colleagues identified with the stories and understood how they could be used to unify Indonesians, to inspire them to create a society where everyone can flourish, and to avoid animosity driven by religious or secular beliefs. Spiritual humanism provides a bridge between two extremes. On the one hand, modern or postmodern Western secular humanism, and on the other hand, the world's ancient religious traditions. In the post-COVID era, we need to develop an inclusive worldview, one that accounts for what is best in ancient religious traditions and that incorporates the cultural changes in science and technology of our time, so we can create a sustainable global civilization focused on creating and preserving the middle class everywhere. This global culture must not discriminate based on nationality, gender, race, ethnicity, religious or other worldviews, or sexual orientation. Our survival depends on finding a common perspective from which to act. This paper provides one possibility. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Martha Beck.
Did I keep it in the time zone? Yeah, okay, less than half an hour.
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent.
Just barely.
Excellent, yeah. Good, very good.
Well, I do want to say, if anybody wants to contact me afterwards, I love to talk to people. I just realized this conference is going to go till 4 in the morning for me. So it might be a different day, but I love to talk to people about this stuff. So no problem.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So your paper is indeed beautiful and inspiring. And I think we will develop that in the further discussion after the presentations. Thank you again. So from you in the United States, we would like to proceed to the Philippines. We will invite Professor Christine Ramos, who will present the paper entitled Reflections on Filipino Loob, if I'm not wrong to pronounce, in the Global Realm. So Professor Christine Carmela Ramos, please introduce yourself briefly as well before your presentation. We are really pleased to have you in this first session. Professor Ramos.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm showing my video presentation. Is that okay? I prepared a 20-minute video.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Can I share screen now?
Sure.
Yes, please. I'll just show my video. There's so many things happening now, like the weather, the connectivity. So I just prepared this.
Yes, the admin, please give the Professor Ramos
share screen, my video.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
You
yeah, go ahead. You're a co-host now, so
thank you so much. I'll share it now. Well, first of all, I'm a bit. At first, I thought the original conference last year was supposedly to be in Malaysia. Am I right? Or Indonesia? Anyway, sorry, it's not that Malaysia presentation. It's just I was thinking of Malaysia when I was there, but I have a friend from Indonesia who was my roommate when I was studying my master's in England. So therefore, I'm going to show my slide now.
I'm Dr. Christine Carmela Ramos. I will be sharing with you the Filipino concept of loob in a present globalizing world. Things about us change so rapidly that we forget how much we owe to the past. We cannot shut ourselves off from the past any more than we can shut ourselves off geographically from the rest of the world. It is difficult that the great problems of human life have occurred over and over again for thousands of years. The answers of great minds in the past to these problems are parts of our culture. And in this regard, I am affirming this global society. The changing contemporary world is a global phenomenon facilitated by technology. Teaching had been different ever since the time of Socrates to our postmodern realities. The age of questioning seemed to be overshadowed by the onslaught of information from television, computers, and other forms of media. It remains the constant challenge of professors teaching philosophy to instill to the students the love of wisdom, and this love and search for wisdom is not instant, but sometimes takes a lifetime and sometimes tortuous road wherein there could be no final answers but another form of question. Nor are there instant answers from television and other forms of media, though they facilitate the teaching and learning process. Nonetheless, reflection and constant asking of questions should not be undermined in the face of a fast-paced world. In terms of multiculturalism, I believe in Martin Heidegger's view that one cannot isolate oneself from the others, for after all, there is only one world, our world. Each of us is born with our own present realities. In being others in the world, we affirm a world with diverse views and culture and accept these differences. Moreover, Heidegger's view encourages the sign, the human person, to be non-judgmental, as well as realize that there is a bigger world apart from one's own. What perhaps is more important, as what Sakamoto points out, is the fact that the general trend toward interpenetration and interdependence develops first and foremost on the level of the advantaged in the system of the world, those who have the informational, human, and material resources at their disposal that makes it possible for them to utilize the potential of internationalization for their interests. Internationalization, therefore, proceeds in the North or the West among big powers, big businesses, and the governing elites, such as international bureaucrats, much ahead of and at the expense of the South or the East. Smaller nations, labor and smaller business, and the people. The globalization of the capitalist economy is best demonstrated by the globalization of the widening gap and increasing inequality between the North and the South, within the South and within the North. And within this discussion, we also look at the globalization of the capitalist economy. And we look at Ayn Rand's defense of capitalism. And for Rand, in a political sense, She promoted the absence of physical coercion that symbolized the coercive power of the state. For Ayn Rand, objectivism is about happiness. It is the concept of a person as a heroic being. And following Aristotle, happiness as the moral purpose of life, and productive achievement as the noblest activity, and reason as the only absolute. Ayn Rand argued that intellectual freedom is equivalent to political freedom, and that free mind is also a free market. They are corollaries. Further, for Ayn Rand, selfishness means an independent mind that recognized no authority higher than its own value, higher than its judgment of truth. In a certain scene of Ayn Rand's We the Living, she proclaimed, "What is my joy if all hands, even the unclean, can reach into it? What is my wisdom if even the fools can dictate to me? What is my freedom if all creatures, even the botched and the impotent, are my masters? What is my life if I am but to bow, to agree, and to obey?" Based on these quotes, we can reflect on contemporary ethical issues that include international rights, offering basic and universal standards, which are the most commonly applied ethical theory in making cross-cultural moral judgments anytime and anywhere in the world. International rights also include the right to physical movement, the right to ownership of property, the right to freedom from torture, and the right to a fair trial. A human right is a moral entitlement that places obligations on other people to treat one with dignity and respect. Inspired with Ayn Rand's individualism, I am now going to continue with the Filipino experience of individuality and freedom. I will further explore the transpersonal worldview of the Filipinos' belief that the individual can go beyond human limitations, such as geography, space, and time. This worldview encompasses the world as run by spirit or spirits, such as God, mind, providence, and others. In this vein, it is my task to explore the Filipinos' concept of loob, our nature of trying to get along with others that recognize the dignity and feelings of the human person. Filipino philosophy is the mentality, perspective, and thought of the regular residents of the Philippines towards the everyday encounters throughout everyday life, religion, correspondence, endurance, interrelationship with individuals, and intra-relationship with oneself, the I, and the inspiring of one's spirit of the Filipino being. Over the years, Filipinos have experienced extreme and unpleasant occasions, great and abundant years as well, but we have remained firm, and like bamboo grass, we are standing, we are swaying, as we accept monetary defeat, political emergency, natural disasters, and others. There are twofold concepts of loob. First, loob is holistic. Secondly, it is interior. The holistic concept is non-compartmentalized and is centered on the unified entity of the world. On the other hand, the interior aspect of loob is connected to intellectual, volitional, emotional, and ethical aspects of life. In this vein, the God for the Filipinos is whom Karl Jaspers thought of when one encounters the so-called boundary situations, death, suffering, guilt, and struggle. For instance, during the EDSA Revolution, a bloodless revolution in the Philippines in 1986, we experienced religious aspirations that cannot be separated from the political challenges of that period. Our values, richly developed and were crystallized during the People Power Revolution, the fight for freedom and justice was attained through nonviolent means. And as we explore new ideas, therefore, for a Filipino and the way I see individualism in our country, it is being an individual is not a self-renunciation. It is not being selfish, but an affirmation of a truly human self, which is the supreme value of human living. Being a human person means that your responsibility is not only for yourself, but also for others. The individual becomes, therefore, a free and creative person who asserts uniqueness, as what Ayn Rand will argue. And that mind and spirit can be free if only the individual is free to choose one's calling and develop talents. Moreover, individuals should be disciplined from within, rather than fear from authority figures. Discipline and responsibility should be inculcated especially to the young people through education. There must be a balance between values, culture, money, and society. It should not just be based on money. For similarly, like Hinduism and Buddhism, there must be discipline to attain a happy and contented life. Therefore, loob in a globalizing world is about the intellectual and spiritual freedom should be equal to economic freedom. Not only does a person becomes responsible, but becomes disciplined and develops self-restraint. Constructive instincts and aspirations are important, so society may move forward to its primary purpose. And it is very important that each individual should be given equal chance so they will not be dependent on the government. With the threat of the pandemic, I am thinking and reflecting about many changes occurring, and that we are part of this globalizing reality. We are part of also of that call for change. What happened or is happening in the past, whether it's the hurricane or the present pandemic, is not or are not done overnight or by one person. This also includes the issue of climate change that entails international cooperation, both in research and treatises. All of these instances show that society becomes more global. Several changes occur. Today, we experience social and technological systems expanding. Connections become more complex, and change spreads more rapidly at a greater distance. Our ability to construct complex, rapidly changing global systems of production and consumption had outdistanced our ability to monitor, comprehend, and predict, let alone control their behavior. Because of the imbalance between the construction of systems and their control, we are beset with problems without precedent in human experience. As we cope with the challenges of globalization, vis-a-vis technology in Southeast Asia most especially, I look forward to an era of goodwill among our countries and one that will bring peace and contentment to humanity. We are now in history when technological, political trends are converging to produce tremendous opportunities for securing a more peaceful and prosperous world. Though viewing the explosive situations at the turn of the millennium, we are still far from this direction. In this light, it is important to articulate nonviolence locally, nationally, regionally, and globally in face of an intensifying global consciousness. A world of global citizens sees the world as one with its interdependent units of region and nations. The physical boundaries are envisioned to become less and less marked between countries and among regions as we become increasingly interrelated with each other. Globalization is associated with other social processes and a number of related economic, cultural, and political developments that have contributed to an intensifying global interdependence and consciousness of the global whole. I would like to cite some examples of this. In my research, I had seen some similarities of our way of thinking with the Malaysians. For example, the concept of Jemaah, and that is the collective, the group thinking, the teamwork that Filipinos also have. The idea of kerjasama or cooperation or bayanihan for the Filipinos. And at the same time, the respect for elders of the Malaysian in their menghormati orang tua that we Filipinos also share with them. Finally, as I end this short sharing, I end with looking beyond. Globalization should not undermine the unique culture and practices of different countries. Hence, an understanding and appreciation of our beginnings, sensitive and sympathetic attitude towards the historical events that have altered, shaped, and enriched our culture are important guiding lights in the journey toward self-discovery. Globalization is neither necessarily a good nor a bad thing. Its moral character will be decided upon by us. The novel coronavirus spread in 2019 proved this fact in terms of border closures and weakening of global consumption. This means that while events in any part of the world will increasingly have effects or be referenced against events in other remote parts, there will be effects and responses that may be detrimental. Undoubtedly, the new normal brought upon by the COVID-19 challenges global citizens to be resilient, driven by necessity, and much needed opportunities for recovery. The global world continues to be redefined, whether in science, data centers, e-commerce, or multifamily dwellings. And with this, I end the short, brief sharing. And again, I'm Dr. Ramos. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Atma. Thank you so much. Good morning. So that's my very short presentation. So just in case, something happens, dog barks and dog barking. So I prepared the video. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. And I will always remember my roommate, Mitha. Should this have pushed through, I should have met her in the airport last year. But since she said, no, don't come. She said, don't come to Indonesia. Okay. And I just got my second dose. Okay. So congratulations to the organizers. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you for also publishing my paper on the Filipino concept of law.
Dr. Ramos, I just would like to know whether it was Malaysian language or Indonesian language when you mentioned kerjasama.
Was it the same? Was it the same in Indonesia? Is it the same, sir?
Okay. Well, more or less the same. I don't know exactly.
But I know that when Mitha speaks sometimes in Indonesian, we have similarities.
Okay.
Salamat. Is it salamat the same? Thank you.
Same, yeah.
Is it the same, sir? Salamat.
Terima kasih, yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's more or less the same. Yeah.
Salamat. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
by the way, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation, very thoughtful as well as very virtual. Very virtual. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Now the last presenter is Professor Parthasarathy from Chennai, Madras, Chennai. So we would like to proceed to Chennai. Professor Parthasarathy, could you introduce yourself? You have to unmute. It's still muted. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Go ahead now.
I am TK Parthasarathy from Madras. Madras is the old name. Now it is called Chennai. So, distinguished scholars and friends, I am a guest faculty in Madras University and also in another university, Karakoda University, teaching on religious aspects. That is I am a student of Vaishnavism. You know, you must have heard about the God Vishnu, and whatever the scriptures tell about Vishnu, there are a lot of scriptures in India about Vishnu, and I have analyzed research on the transcendence and immanence aspect of Vishnu. That is, transcendent, you know, it is beyond our scope, and immanence is always with us. Visishtadvaita philosophy is one founded by Dr. Ramanuja, and that gives the ample scope for that. And my research was transcendence and immanence in Visishtadvaita philosophy. I think that is enough for me to introduce about myself. Now, distinguished scholars and friends, thank you very much for having me here today. I think you can take it out, sir. I have a copy now, no problem. The word, and I express my deep sense of gratitude to CRVP and its secretary, Yupeng Hu, and also the organizers, Michael Dua and Nizam Seraph. I don't know the pronunciation is correct or not, I don't know, but I am thankful to them. In fact, Michael Dua was in touch with me. I spoke to him day for yesterday, and there was no link about mention about that in our everybody is asking what is the link, what is the link. Then I was able to get it from him and passed on to everybody. Now, the world in general is passing through a very, very critical phase. And even though the Wuhan War, I mean Wuhan War is COVID-19, has started slowly dissipating in some countries like Israel and Italy and like that, but it is reborn as second wave in many countries, including India and Thailand and in many developing countries. The threat of third wave is also there on the trying to make its entry. So I don't think till another 1 year or so we'll be out of COVID. Only thing it comes in different forms. They say it's a Delta, they say it is Alpha, whatever it is. I don't think we'll be able to come out of it in near future. And all our overseas trips are all cut. Now that is another boom. Now we have got to boom with Zoom and also Skype and all internet facility is there. God is always kind. When you shut one door, the other door is open. So now we are able to speak through. And this, now you see CIC that lunch, dinner, flight, everything is saved. I talk from a home and Mr. Dua is speaking from his office. So there is no necessity. Now you are all going for lunch. You are, even if you invite me, I cannot come. That's the problem, because I can have it in my house. That's after the lecture. Like that, it has become very well. It's now one way it is better. It saves your time, energy, money, and so many things. Okay. Unfortunately, I am not able to make my trip to US. Both my children are there. They are all citizens of US. Neither they are able to come here, nor I am able to go there. That is the problem. I miss my grandchildren very much. Now, so the Wuhan, even though it has receded in many places, obviously there is no complete cure for COVID as of now. All of us must have come to the conclusion that this invisible virus can be annihilated by the invisible Lord only. Only the difference is this invisible is small I, that invisible Lord is capital I. Only He can save us. There is no science or technology to annihilate it totally so far. Maybe we may be successful later. Now, here I would like to quote a Tamil hymn by one of our sages during the Bhakti movement. He is known as Periyalvar. The period is 5th to 8th century. 12 Alvars were there, and this Alvar which I am referring to now is called Periyalvar Tirumozhi, on such type of viruses invoking God's grace. More diseases that stay and spread on our bodies, like the ants that swam around and the ghee pot and climb on it, you go away and we want to become well. The God of the Vedas entered into my body and stays there lying on the snake bed. It is not my old body, because the God is there now and He protects it. The Alvar is so confident that we will all be protected by God. So, the present world scenario makes us tell, united we decay. Now we are not able even to shake hand. United we decay, but separated we thrive. That is the order of the day. Now, already we have mobile phone which has isolated the individuals, and this virus has totally taken away from the society, literally by confining many in quarantine not to mix up socially. no marriage, no death visit, no social call, no travels since almost last 1.5 years, and we have to lead our life. We have lost our life, but our living is not lost. Let us make it happy. That's what I want to tell you. I am sure we reclaim the lost life sooner or later, and definitely there will be good life sighted at the end of the tunnel. Now, coming to the topic, what I have chosen for today is understanding of the good life. The good life is a process and not a state of being. It is a direction, not a destination. A good life depends on the strength of our relationship with the family, friends, neighbors, colleagues, and even strangers. Thank God we all lead, or at least it is believed that we lead a good life, and we thank God for this good life and pray to Him to forgive us if we do not love it. We must try to love our life. That itself is a happiness. It was some 2000 years ago, Kaliyan Poompundranar, a poet of Tamil Sangam period, wrote, Yadum Yure Yavarum Kelir. The meaning is, to us all towns are one, all men are our kin. Almost simultaneously, Sanskrit Upanishads declared the same, Vasudeva Kudumbakam. The world is one family. I am proud that I am associated, or rather my country, India, is associated with two pre-Christian era languages, Sanskrit and Tamil, both emanating in India, which have not lost its continuity since 3 to 4 millennia. Both are almost 2 to 3,000 years old, minimum. The age-old scriptures in our country, in both these languages, namely Upanishad and Alvar's holy hymns, speak of totally surrender to God to keep one's life happy, because if you entrust all your problems and predicaments at His feet, you are relieved of your burden and botherations to make your life livable and good. The life will be nirbara, nirbhaya, both are Sanskrit terms, which means sans burden, sans fear, without any burden and without any fear. Maybe some days may turn bad, but we have to fight them to earn best days out of our life. This needs hardcore faith in God. You give everything to God, you leave it to His feet, you will definitely be saved. As the Bible says, faith in God is righteousness, as in Romans 4:21. One should repose with implicit faith that He will rescue him at any cost. Leave your troubles and difficulties at His feet and be happy and peaceful. The burden is now His to carry, and you have to hand it to Him to bear. We need not look back to see if He is carrying it properly. We must have the firm belief that He will carry the same and take care of the rest. The Bhagavad Gita, which means Song of the God or Song of the Lord, is among the most important religious texts of our religion, the Hinduism, and easily the best known. It has been quoted by writers, poets, scientists, theologians, and philosophers, among others, for centuries, and is often the introductory text to Hinduism for a Western audience. In our life, which is not good as we know, indecisiveness, confusion, regret, revenge are all familiar to everyone. Life gets defined by the decisions we make. Bhagavad Gita says, man is made by his belief. As he believes, so he is. To lead a good life, the key is the mind, and it alone is his friend as well as his foe. Your decision is your mind is your friend as well as your enemy. Indian thoughts always revolve around inquiry into the realities, sentient, non-sentient, Brahman. Sentiency, those who have sense, that is, feelings, knowledge, and non-sentience, all the immovable materials and Brahman, that's God. The Upanishads declare Brahman is Ananda Swarupa, that is personification of bliss. Bliss is one major attribute to the supreme reality, and the good thing is the same bliss is also assigned to individual human being who are known as Jiva or Jivatma, and subordinate reality, that is the sentient being, that is human being. Our Atma is also blissful. Always it yearns for bliss, happiness. Hence, the humans are also basically blessed with bliss as the prime attribute. But humans are always influenced by kama, krodha, lust, anger due to the karma. That is because of our fate. Hence, man cannot be in happy mood always, which means his life is not good always. Human happiness is your own making. To quote Dalai Lama, the Buddhist leader, happiness is not something ready-made. It comes from your own actions. One who neither grasps pleasure or grief, who neither laments or desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things, becomes very dear to God according to our dharma, and his life will be eternally good. Happiness is not something at a distance, but available under everybody's feet. It is neither the money nor the material with one, nor the men around him is the cause of happiness, but it is his own mind that is the fulcrum on which either the spirit of happiness or the mood of melancholy revolves. One should keep his mind calm under any circumstance, remaining equipoised in happiness and unhappiness, as Bhagavad Gita explains. But in the contemporary world, with so many attraction and distraction, this is well nigh impossible. It is only all right for preaching, but not practical. For a man to lead a life of total detachment, there are some religions that make no hesitation about trifling music and other forms of art because they think that it is sensual. But Vedic culture offers a scientific way of life from diet, lifestyle, and daily schedule, and advises to be content. A harvest of peace grows from the seeds of contentment. This we must understand. Harvest of peace grows from the seeds of contentment. For human beings, food is the critical contributor to physical well-being, a major source of pressure, worry, and stress. Starting from preparations to consumption, food consumes a considerable time. A research on the relationship between religion and the health of individuals shows the food aspect has more bearing on the social and behavioral pattern of the individual member. Each religion has got the own do's and don'ts as far as food and health is concerned. I would like to deal here the recommended food, what to take and what not to take. You want to lead a happy life. For a Vaishnavite, that is recommended for a Vaishnavite life, which is a branch of Hinduism to which I belong to. For a healthy way of life in his lifespan. We are all aware that Hinduism is not a religion in the strict sense of the term, as there is no one God, one book, or one head, as many other religions claim. But it is only a way of life, and its other name is Sanatana Dharma, or the eternal way, or the eternal tradition. The Upanishad clearly tells that our body cannot exist without food, man cannot exist without God, who is the manifestation of food and nourishment. There is an old axiom which goes like this: tell me your friend, I will tell you what you are. But the new one is, tell me what you eat, and I will tell what you are. Yes, it is the intake of one's own only determine his nature and character of the quality of life he is leading, whether it is good or not. There are three gunas specified in scriptures, which are Sattva Guna, goodness, constructive, harmonious; Rajaguna, passion, active, confused; and Tamaguna, darkness, destructive, chaotic. All of these three gunas are present in everyone and in everything. It is the proportion that is different according to Hindu worldwide. The interplay of these gunas defines the character of someone or something of nature and determines the progress of life. Bhagavad Gita, dwelling upon three gunas, reveals that from Sattvic develops wisdom, from Tamas greed, and from Rajas ignorance. The intake of food determines the quality of an individual or the influence of the guna. From the quality of Sattva guna, knowledge arises. This facilitates spiritual knowledge as well as good health, strength, happiness, and relish, and the human who takes the Sattvic food leads to good life, finding contentment in everything. If your life is contented, you are definitely leading a happy life. Man should be choosy in his food, and if this is not possible, at least he can follow the saying, I don't eat junk foods and I don't think junk thoughts. Nicely said in the first hymn of Isavasya Upanishad. One of the prime Upanishad is Isavasya Upanishad. Enveloped by the Lord must be this all. In the entire world, the entire universe is enveloped by the Lord. Each thing that moves on earth with the renounced enjoy thyself, covet no wealth of any man. You don't try to cheat others and earn their property or earn their wealth. Ralph Griffith, 1826 to 1906, the noted English Indologist, a member of the Indian Education Service and among the first European to translate the Vedas into English, interprets, the entire world is the abode of God. Do not desire the wealth of others. What is the relation between these two? God has given us everything, and I must possess only, I must be happy with what I have. I do not want to steal the other's property. That is the problem. The entire problem arises when I want to own others' property. If one does not desire for the wealth of others, that itself is a sign of contentment, which will lead to good life. It is better to recollect what our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, said. The earth, the air, the land, and the water are not the inheritance from our forefathers, but on loan from our children. We are taking the lease from our children. Actually, they do not belong to us. They belong to our posterity. That from them only we have taken it on lease. Socrates says, he who is not contented with what he has would not be contented with what he would like to have. Let us not waste our time in anger, regrets, worries, and grudges. Let us forgive everything to be happier. Let us love everything and we will be the happiest. We don't know whether success gives happiness or not, but a happy mind can always lead to success. Life is too short to be unhappy. Let us not remain unhappy even for a moment. Let us be happy always. That is possible if you feel that everything is done only by His direction, by God's direction, and it's not your action. Understanding of the good life is to realize that we have only one life when we are born, which is to be led happily, treating all humans equal. Our religion, though mainly theistic and depending on God alone for the things of actions, yet it recognizes the profound necessity to treat every other thing and person as an embodiment of the divine. Everybody is the part of God. That is the basis of our religion. Man is valuable because of God is indwelling in him. And our life is also equally valuable, and man should realize this and lead the lap of life. The problem comes, your God is my God. That only the problem comes wherever you go. Most of our current problems relate to religion only. Religion or language. My language is very good for me. My God is very, very, very superior for me. My God is my God. Your God is your God. There is no clash in between. My language is sweeter. Your language is sweeter. there is no necessity for any clash. Before winding up, let me quote a passage from Atharva Veda, which runs like this. We are the birds of the same nest. We may wear different skins. We may speak different tongues. We may believe in different religions. We may belong to different cultures. Yet we share the same home, that is Earth. Born on the same planet, covered by the same skies, gazing at the same stars, breathing the same air. We must learn to progress together or miserably perish together. For a person can live individually, but can only survive collectively. That is the crux of the Veda. If you want to live, you always adjust yourself with others, so you can always survive collectively. So let us develop to love all and forgive the bad. The weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is an attribute of the strong. Live as if you were to die tomorrow. Learn as if you were to live forever. So you always think that you are going to live a centenarian, and so you always start loving each other. Happiness is when what you think, what you say, what you do are in harmony. Wishing all a very happy life. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Parthasarathy. Oh, what beautiful expressions that we have in this presentation of Professor Parthasarathy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love a couple of terms. For instance, life is too short to be unhappy. So we need to be happy right now. Thank you. And learn as if you were to live forever. Oh, it's so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you, distinguished professors. And now we would like to proceed to what we call that discussion, or maybe open forum. So we have 91 participants here in this virtual seminar. So it's really hard for me to see all of you, but let me suggest like this. Those who would like to address a question, you may also write in the chatting room. And if you would like to, to ask questions directly, if I may suggest, you just press the button reaction on the raise your hand so that I can recognize who will do the questions. And please mention also the name clearly to whom your questions will be addressed. So now we have is from Yeremias, Jena. Mr. Yeremias, Professor Yeremias, could you like to just say that directly?
Okay, let me just read these questions. So spirituality based on the value of humanism, I think it provides space for the way humans live their spirituality in a very human way. So making mistakes, self-correcting, building relationships, friendship, treating nature, all of which are lived in a very dynamic of relationship with a certain divine figure. So my questions are, number one, how can this religious humanism deal with the tendency of monotheistic religions, which lately tend to emphasize doctrine and dogma in determining right, wrong, moral, immoral, and so on? Number two, how can religious humanism be relevant in the lives of today's young generations who seem to be more familiar with narratives and pop culture than human-inspired stories such as Greek myths or other local myths? Thank you.
So this question I think could be for Professor Martha Beck. Is that so? Yeri?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes, Professor Martha.
Okay. Actually, I do think that a lot of artists today are just taking stories from the myths and modernizing them, giving them a modern context. Most people don't even know that they are reflecting the patterns in myths. So there's a lot of pop culture that's actually based on these old stories. And also when I teach, when I teach the archetypes to my students, they are shocked because it really is about them and the people they know. So I have some students here, but I'm not teaching the archetypes right now, but when I do, the assignment is you have to, there are these life trajectories, right? The woods woman, what kind of kid was she, adolescence, college, marriage, family, I mean, all the way through. And then the students, I say, is this like you? Is there somebody you know? And then is somebody in your country, some public figure? And I'm telling you, it's amazing. They're amazed, I'm amazed. It really does work. And that's where I think we threw out that method of education with the Enlightenment, or you could say with Christianity. And it's just, it's amazing how it triggers responses in students today.
Thank you. There is another question from Silva Palang Selva Durai. This is directed to any of the panels. So, how to inculcate religious tolerance amidst diversity and pluralism of cosmopolitan societies? So, who will speak first? Professor Parathi, would you like to be first to answer this question?
What question, sir? I will not hear it, so interrupted.
You may see that. You may see that in the room of chat. So how to
question to any, oh, that one? Question to any of the panel. How to include religious tolerance amongst diversity and pluralism of cosmopolitan science society? That one?
Yes, yes,
okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
It is asked to be Sivabalan Selvadurai. Sir, this religious tolerance is the basis thing that we must have, everyone should have. The problem from many countries is because of that religious intolerance only. You see Israel, how long it is suffering. Any country, and that's one. Even without religious country, black and white in America, we have everything. It is there. Everywhere you go, the basis is only the intolerant. That one. That there were Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King. There were so many things that they wanted to take out this issue, but nothing would be done because people should change it by heart. They almost, even such a big country like America, such a sophisticated country there, you see black are crushed to death by a policeman. We saw that, and that policeman has been murdered. We must try to understand that the heart should change. It will take some years. You see, from the very beginning, you can see in India, we have seen there are, it's a multi-theist countries. There are so many Jainism, Buddhism, Hinduism. These are all there. Then Islam came. Then Christianity came. With all that, this country is a multifarious culture. It is surviving still. It is because people are, the common man is not worried about all these things. The problem is with the religious heads only. That is the problem. If the religious heads all join together and they make a vow that we will not do anything against this individual culture or individual religion, then most of our problems will be solved. It is only in the hands of religious heads as of now. It is not always. Now, today, what I say is, it is only in the hands of religious heads. They must definitely, social causes cannot be cured by social leaders. It can, because for a man, the word of Pope will have a lot of this one influence on everybody. So let us all try to understand the problem from the human value only. After all, he is also a human. You see, in our country, if you look, or Malaysia, Singapore, wherever you go, you can see the neighbor is a Hindu, the neighbor is a Christian, the neighbor is a Muslim. They are all living together without any problem. And sweets are distributed on any festival. These do happen. Only in some cases it happens so very, very badly, things develop. And so it is in the hands of religious leaders to serve. Instead of teaching their own religion, they can teach about other religions also, for which the universities can found departments of common theology or comparative theology, so that a Hindu can understand about a Buddhism, Buddhist can understand about Christianity. All these things can emanate, and I think that is the only way out now. I think I'm clear.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to comment for this question?
Sure, I would just.
Yes, Professor Martha, go ahead.
Well, I also think we can be bound by our common understandings of our flaws and our mistakes, not just our fantasies and dreams, but you can have empathy with someone who's caught up in a revenge fantasy, right? You can say, I understand, I know you want to kill that person, but what about your children? So I really think it's the good and the evil that can bond us together. And I think if we try to just cover up our real capacity for brutality and evil and deviousness and rhetorical manipulation, I mean, the Greeks just uncovered it all, right? The good, the bad, the ugly, the horrible. And you're supposed to develop empathy. Like, I can understand, I can imagine myself doing such a wicked thing. And so then you're motivated to get along because of your capacity for evil just as much as your capacity for good. So you don't need to, it doesn't have to be any kind of pie in the sky thing. It can be just a very serious, realistic assessment of what happens when you make people desperate. They do awful things. So let's not make them desperate. Right? And that religious stories are about that. They're about the ugly too.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Could we move to the questions of Slamet Subakti? This is a question that addressed to Professor Agus Nugroho. So basically, it's how to revitalize this local wisdom for today's millennial generation. Professor Agus, would you like to take these questions?
Professor Agus is teaching now, so he's not with us now.
Yeah. Not in the room. He's not in the
so what do we have to do? What have we to do then? We proceed to, because this question is actually exclusively for the local wisdom of Indonesia. Then.
Yeah.
And there is another question for Agus Nugroho. Is there any way to put the Javanese wisdom online education, especially when COVID-19? Well, I think there are a couple of things. I think you may go to the Google and then search the connected topics of this. Okay, Professor Agus Nugroho is not with us now. He has a class, so. There is another question here from Pius Pandor to Professor Christine Ramos from Manila. How to implement the local wisdom values in hybrid society, which is influenced by globalized and technology. Professor Ramos?
I can only speak for, being a Filipino. And in that, as a Filipino, all I could say is that, as I have said in Filipino concept of loob, it's also about being creative. It's also having an open mind and independent thinking that you could share your thoughts online. Of course, you have to be guided by culture, by cultural differences. There. So did that answer the question?
Yes. Professor Ramos?
Yes, was that answered? It's very important that the local wisdom, for example, of the Filipinos, are in online teaching or in online platform. And in this way, we can apply creativity, independent thinking, and of course, being culture sensitive, always to be culturally sensitive. That there will be really comments from other culture that might not be really that might not be really, or will have not be the same with your own beliefs. That's possible because one may encounter that in especially in philosophy and as we express our beliefs.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
yes, thank you. That is the concept. Can I read it? Is the concept of loob something to do with autonomy? Sir, would you like, do you know? Yes, it is. Filipino concept of loob. Filipinos value their freedom. We just had celebrated our Independence Day last June 12. And then also celebrating the Manila Day tomorrow. And so Filipino concept of loob is about the love, more of emphasis on harmony. They would say that Filipinos are like Taoist and or existentialist, wherein we love our freedom and also the go with the flow view of life. And of course, because of the concept of loob, we are also religious, and we always value harmony with each other.
Okay, thank you. It seems to me that Professor Marta would like to add something.
Well, I guess I think really we have to deal with climate change, right? And I think that requires a huge cooperation, level of cooperation. So we have to find common values. Now, religions have always condemned greed. So that's a good starter, right? And religions have always advocated for not overstepping the bounds. There are powers greater than you and greater than human. So it seems like that's a good starting point. But the next thing is, how do you harness the tools of Apollonian reasoning, right? Science and technology to wisdom. And we're just caught in the middle of some really, awful stuff. So on the one hand, there's indigenous knowledge where people like Vandava Shiva want to bring back some of those old Hindu Indian sustainability practices in the farming and not keep, doing the technology thing and plowing down, adding GMOs and cutting down trees to have, the next high-tech thing. On the other hand, you have Bill Gates dedicated to using technology to stop the footprint, right? To become carbon neutral. On the other hand, you have people like the Koch brothers, who are fossil fuel billionaires, and they are completely controlling the political system in the United States. So I think religious people have a good foundation to condemn this stuff, to condemn the greed and the pride and the arrogance, and also to say they're not anti-science or anti-technology, but they definitely think it has to be governed by these values that ultimately lead to sustainability. So that's, the students that I have, it's an environmental ethics class. So I had to bring in that. But I do think that the modern world, science and technology, originated in the West on this belief that you could exploit nature forever without end. They threw out the notion of wisdom. So I do think we have to bring back wisdom without being anti-science, but also recognizing indigenous knowledge about sustainability. And that is an international project, right? That shouldn't separate people.
So it's really quite hard to imagine that the technology can include the wisdom, especially local wisdom.
It needs to, right? Integrate those, yeah.
Thank you. There is another question here from Risto Samusir. We understand and all agree that variety, diversity, uniqueness of culture around the world has and will always color the world word happiness. It seems easy to talk and discuss, but in real world, especially when come to religion, poverty, nation, trust, business, etc., it will be hard, if I may say it in Portuguese. How and what will be the real action by scholars like us to minimize and bring these issues to real actions to make it happen towards world common value and culture? This is Risto Samusir. It is not mentioned to whom this question is for. So I would like to invite all panels who would like to give comments with this. Professor Parthasarathy, maybe?
It doesn't look to be a question at all. It is a statement.
That's the last question from Risto Samusir. That's in the room of chat.
It's more like a statement of this one.
Your voice is so just small. Could you make it louder?
Very feeble.
Could you make louder? Make it louder, Professor Parthasarathy.
1 second. Now it's okay.
The volume. Okay, go ahead now.
We understand that all agree that variety, diversity, uniqueness, if culture around the world has and will always color the world towards happiness. Towards is wrongly spelled, of course. It seems easy you talk and discuss, but in real world, especially when come to religion, poverty, nation interest, business goal, race, severity, etc., it will be hard. If I say it is impossible, how and what will be the real action by scholars like us to minimize and bring these issues to real action to make it happen towards world common value and culture? It is a difficult question to answer, sir.
Yes.
No scholar can do it. That's not very easy, not very easy. Scholars are not magicians to do all these things. Scholars have read books and they have only recommend. It is all to be done by individuals. You have to, you love your neighbor, that is enough. You need, that's all what I want to say is, here you see, the word towards happiness, it seems easy to talk and discuss. Definitely it is easy to talk. And when it is practical, it is very, very difficult thing to follow. But I think you must be a college student or somewhere. So you must know your future is bright for you. You can always take it to you, this one. As I told, the university campus can have a inter-religious department where you don't teach only one religion. You open it up to every religion, and even if a student is one or two, let them all take the course and understand the good aspect of other religion. And first, allow me to have my own religion. That is the main thing every religious people should have. Because most of the problems come because of the conversion. That is the problem, at least in India. People want to take advantage of the poverty, and they say, if you come to my religion, God will help you. God will give you. God will deposit 10,000 rupees on your account. So people are lured and they go to that. So what I want to tell is, allow me to have my own religion, whatever be the religion, even if the religion is superstitious, don't worry. This individually don't try to curb anybody, and allow everybody to know about other religion, at least about one or two other religion, and then it will definitely pave way. If not, it's not an attempt of 1 day or 2 days. It may take another decades, but it will definitely be achieved. Let us be optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Professor Martha, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, if Christine wants to speak first, that's fine.
Okay, so
Go
thank you.
ahead.
I agree with Dr. Parthasarathy. As I have said in my presentation, it's very ideal that it's difficult at this, especially now. There's so many barriers brought about by COVID, many limitations, but at the same time, I will not close doors on achieving that shared values. We could still have global understanding in some way, especially on the common experiences right now that we have because of the COVID-19. So even if we might be diverse culturally, I still, and even though I had said in my video lecture, that it's a long road. It's a long road for global unity, or we still share something in common, or shared values still. So I will not really say that everything about globalization is about a strife. I will not say that, but there will always be something that that we will share, that we have something in common. And I would like to, to be positive also, especially with our new experience, the experiences that we have right now. But then again, it will take a lot of openness. It will take a lot of openness, open-mindedness to each and every global participants. Thank you.
Yeah. It seems to me that time is almost over, but I would like to just, Professor Martha, would you like to give a brief comment maybe?
Sure, I just, okay, so the Greeks were trying to create a society where the citizens could self-govern and they would avoid authoritarianism. And they used the arts because the arts appeal to emotions. And so they would have a play where there are characters who use religion as a tool. And that people watching the play can go, oh, they can see these things that the politicians try to hide, right? And then they can see citizens becoming suckers. And the whole point is that, oh, you know, you don't want to be that sucker, right? Or you don't want to be that ruler that creates all that animosity. And so that it's through the arts that they were trying to trigger critical thinking and trying to trigger the desire not to be corrupt, because it only leads to more suffering. And so I think, again, the only way to do it is to have artwork that is cathartic, that really shows us we can lead to a huge war for resources. It can go there. And this is what will happen. And let's just look at all the damage that gets done so that we don't want to get to that point, right? So I think the best way to cure people of wanting to do evil is to show them what the real consequences are, and also get them to empathize. They could do evil. They're capable of it. So that would be, to me, the path to go, to try and develop a body of citizens who are critical thinkers, or leaders who really know it doesn't pay off in the long run.
Yeah.
To manipulate people.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Martha. Professor Parthasarathy, would you like to add something? No. You have to unmute.
Yes.
You have to mute it. Yeah.
Because I'm in a house, I am always muting it whenever I don't talk.
Okay.
So, I mean, I will say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So a lot of those tragic characters had good intentions. They're just wrong. And they ignore problems and they, you know, cover them over. Yeah.
So thank you very much indeed. As a moderator, I just would like to express our gratitude that all the panels, you have a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. And so
thank you for inviting us. It was wonderful.
Let's give the panels a big applause to all of you. Yeah. Thank you. So Ana Marietta da Silva.
Yes.
I written to you. Thank you.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Armada, and all the marvelous presenters for the fruitful session that we've got. So hopefully we are inspired by all the reflective thoughts. So ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for an earlier lunch break and praying.
Can I also join?
Yes. During the break,
Can I join? I wanted to ask you.
Sure. During the break, we will be entertained by the Sihotang's duet, father and son. So they will perform the traditional musical performances. Mr. Sihotang is the faculty member of Atma Jaya Catholic University. He teaches philosophy, and he will be together with Alfred Sihotang, his son. We hope you will enjoy their performances, and we will continue our event at 1 p.m. sharp. See you then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Un abrazo desde Mexico. Yeah. Thank you. Solis Nicot. Yeah.
So is that in an hour and a half?
Is that an hour?
Yes, around an hour and a half.
Yeah.
We will meet here again at 1. Will you still be here, Professor Beck?
Well,
time to sleep now.
Yeah, my bedtime is about 1:30 or 2. So I think I might last a little longer, but I'm not sure I'll last till 4.
All right.
Don't work
Such a long hour for you.
Don't work too hard, Professor Martha.
Well, it's too early for me to go to bed right now.
Oh,
yeah. But so I will last for a while. But if you see me kind of fading at 3 in the morning, you know, have some mercy.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be rude.
Hello,
Problem
Professor
is
Martha. Hello, Professor Martha.
Yes.
This is Ananta here. Ananta Giri from Chennai, India. So it was very nice listening to you.
Okay.
So where do you teach, madam?
Well, actually, I teach in 2 places now. I'm getting to be a really high-tech person. So I'm teaching online in Arkansas. I'm living in Minnesota, and I'm teaching online in Bangladesh to students who live in 18 countries. So I'm affiliated with 2 schools, the Asia University for Women and the Lyon College. So
Aesthetics and empathy is very deep. Yes, I was very interested in it.
well, the interesting thing is that I can teach students. I've taught joint classes. So I teach students from rural Arkansas who haven't gotten more than 200 miles from home and have never flown an airplane. And then I teach students from Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, Bangladesh. So it's great. And then they talk to each other and they can find common humanity. Really, they understand their common humanity. It's really an honor for me to have found this gig.
Have co-edited a book called The Aesthetics of Development from 4 years ago. And we are trying to take it further.
Performances, Mr. Sihotang. Thank you very much. Welcome back, distinguished presenters and audience. Now it's time for the second presentation session. I would like to invite our second moderator, Mr. Yeremias Jena. Mr. Jena, time is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Da Silva. First of all, I would like to greet our 4 speakers for this afternoon, Mr. Ahmad Hadje Sadje, then Pak Haris Jubair, Professor Tumapudi Bharati, and Dr. Sekala M. Nair. And dear participants, welcome back to this our second session for today. Whether it is in India or in Indonesia or in the Philippines or in other countries, we know that Islam and Christianity are foreign religions. Islam and Christianity face the religion and culture of Hinduism, which is firmly rooted in Indian soil. In Indonesia, Hinduism and Buddhism have shaped the nature of thought and behavior when Islam and Christianity began to offer monotheism. Interestingly, both in India and in Indonesia, these foreign religions follow the cultural path when proclaiming their teachings. We know that Dawah and evangelizations were carried out by embracing and celebrating local culture. How can the spread of religion as part of a cultural process deal with the rise of religious fundamentalism in today's world? The 4 papers that we discussed in the second sessions of this conference will address these issues. Mr. Sadje from the Philippines and himself a PhD student at Hamburg University in Germany will present a paper focused on religious identity facing mondial phenomenon of the rise of religious fundamentalism. Pak Ahmad Haris Jubair from Indonesia will focus on how Islamic Dawah can be accepted in Javanese culture with a very Hinduist mindset. Professor Tumapudi Bharati will present a model of the interactions of Catholicism with Hindu religion and culture in India. And meanwhile, Professor Nair will show how Hinduism in Kerala is trying to reform itself in its dialogue with modernity, so as not to be abandoned by its educated and modern adherents. So let us welcome first Mr. Sadje. Could you please introduce briefly yourself, then present your paper within 30 minutes.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for this, Professor Jena, for this great privilege. I'm Hadje originally from the Philippines, but now I'm based in Belgium. I'm working now with my PhD project on public religion in the Philippines, specifically on the comparative analysis of Christianity and Islam. I'm now also, my university, home university is the University of Hamburg, and I'm also a visiting PhD researcher fellow in the University of Vienna. Professor, can I use the screen to share my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I hope it's visible. Okay,
yeah,
wow.
It's visible now. Yeah.
And how many minutes I have? 15, no?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. But this will not take it too long. Okay, good morning from Belgium again. Let me go directly to my presentation. With the emergence of global religious fundamentalism, or example, to mention a few, the American Christian rights in the US, the Zionist colonial movement, the Islamic revivalist movement, or the Wahhabism or Wahhabis, the Hindutva movement in India, and animism in Thailand and Japan, not to mention the religious violence associated with this religious revivalism or religious nationalism. For example, the 9/11 attack. Many Western scholars have turned their attention to the role of religion in public spheres. For example, in his article titled Religion in Public Sphere, published in 2005, the German public philosopher Jürgen Habermas writes, religious tradition and communities of faith gain a new, hitherto unexpected political importance. Needless to say, what initially spring to mind are the variants of religious fundamentalism that we face not only in the Middle East, but also in Africa, Southeast Asia, and on the Indian subcontinent. They often lack into national and ethical conflicts, and today also form the seedbed for the decentralized networks of form of terrorism that operates globally, and it's directed against the perceived insult inflicted by the superior Western civilization. Despite its challenging or perhaps complex and problematic role, as many Western scholars describes, it turns out that religion remains influential in contemporary societies, especially in Western nations. However, other scholars, both Western and non-Western scholars, like Talal Asad in the non-Western scholars, argue that religion never disappeared from the world, especially in non-Western countries, including the previous self-declared communist countries. This is one of the critiques of the early linear essentialist concepts of secularity, also known as secularization theory. For instance, in the seminal thinkers of the 19th century, from Auguste Comte, Karl Marx, and Max Weber, to Emil Durkheim, to Sigmund Freud. Aside from religious fundamentalism, the intersection between religion and social identity formation has become a general concern in the 21st century social sciences discourse. As Jewish activist Judith Butler called it identity politics, while the American critical theorist Nancy Fraser described it as a politics of recognition. According to them, the individual and collective identities are politically philosophically, politically, and socially constructed, including religious identity formation. Another interesting factor, regardless of this theoretical slant, Western scholars in particular, argue that these religious identity formations are anchored in the ideological notion of us versus them. This separation is most obvious in the terms of believer and non-believer, or sacred and profane. Today, this religious identity-based inclusion is closely connected to religious fundamentalism or religious nationalism. It can be seen as a phenomenon of religious people embracing views that could lead to intolerance of religious diversity, eventually religious violence. But the challenge now, of course, is that how scholars will address this challenge and challenges. The million-dollar question is how scholars will address this challenge, as I mentioned. Today, there are several responses to intolerance of religious diversity, religious violence, and the emergence of religious nationalism. Many scholars contend that reaffirming the various thoughts of Western philosophers like David Hume, Arthur Schopenhauer, Friedrich Nietzsche, Ludwig Feuerbach, or the God is Dead movement, or Death of God movement, for example, the famous militant atheist and author of God's Delusion, Richard Dawkins. Other scholars resort into engaging in the descriptions of religion is a change of methodology and interest, according to James Bishop. It is the change in that theories are no longer looking for a primordium or origin of religion, an essence, core, or underlying root of religion, or hypothesizing concerning its development or the chronological approach. There's a shift from the singularity the assumption of religious single essence or single chronicle into plurality, in which the theories now view religion as consisting of many components, according to James Bishop. They believe, accordingly, that the examining this multiplicity, they will notice definite arrangement with Walter Kapp's referred to as an assemblage of elements and constellations of interrelatedness. While some scholars concerned in the language of religion, accordingly, this intend to provide an adequate answer to questions, according to James Bishop, how religion express, to which theorists have proposed hypotheses. The questions of expressions, brought about the keen interest and analysis of language of religion, especially in behalf of continental theories, whose main concerns were the working of symbology. These theories believed that symbols and myth were integral to religion. Religion would not exist without them, according to James Bishop. And he suggested that they were at the religious very beginning. Meanwhile, there are scholars interested in the functions of religion, and is that the religion as a theorist attempt to determine what role religion plays within our society. Scholars have linked the multiplicity of characteristics to the questions of function, which focuses on the theological factors involved. It seems apparent that religion has identifiable purpose of objective within societies in which religions are in the relationship or interdependence. Lastly, scholars explore the concept of multiple religious belongings, or MRB, or multiple religious belonging, MRB, or not multiple religious identities, or multiple religious identities. For them, it could be understand and challenge the emergence global religious fundamentalism. Hence, I adopted and proposed this approach to challenge the emergence of global religious fundamentalism or religious nationalism. Many scholars believe that MRB or multiple religious belonging possesses as genuine challenge to various religions or religious nationalism and religious fundamentalism, especially to any form of religious fundamentalism, either that is Muslim, Christians, the follower of Judaism, or the religious Jew, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikh, not to mention the secular or the humanist movement. But the question remains, what we mean by multiple religious identities or multiple religious belonging, or MRB. According to Catherine Cornell, while multiple religious belongings tend to view from the perspective of the subject who claims identification with more than one religion or religious belonging involves an interplay between personal and subjective identification with a particular religion and an objective institutional or communal confirmation of that identity. In other words, multiple religious identities or multiple religious belonging, MRB, defy the fixed identity construction, reject debilitating limits on self-understanding and social relation. Other scholars have argued that religious belonging implies equality and mutuality. For example, the Karen Georgia Thompson, in her unpublished conference paper, she argued that dual belongers are not converted to another religion. They encounter the second and it becomes added value to their own spiritual experience of knowing the divine, the self, and the world. This transformative aspect of multiple belonging is emphasized as unique forges new territory in understanding of individual encounter religion and incorporate them in their religious lives in particular. Putting this together, according to multiple religious belonging, MRB can be broadly viewed as happens by choice. In this more well-known type, there is freedom for individual to choose, chart out her or his faith in a new religious direction. A believer in a particular religious tradition attempts to learn, form, and explicitly claims participation in another faith tradition. And in conclusion, like many scholars of religion, I believe that all religion are understood to be bounded territories of belonging, as Paul Hadje, the scholar of religion based in Singapore. That is to say that there are quite clear lines of demarcation between each of one such Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism, Judaism, or even Zoroastrianism are understood to be clearly separated and demarcated. However, I believe that multiple religious belonging, or MRB, could be one of the antidotes to religious fundamentalism or religious nationalism. Since religious fundamentalists hold and foster essentialist and absolute view of individual and collective religious identity, hence, multiple religious belonging, or MRB, rejects the essentialist view of the religious identity and the religious belief and practices. It views religious identity as fluid, ongoing, as a process, politically, socially, and historically constructed. More importantly, globally entangled. Global entanglement. What I mean by global entanglement, it implies that our individual, social, cultural, and spiritual, and other social culture and spirituals are in constant exchanges, interactions, and negotiations, or in short, intersectionality in other cultures and social, social, cultural, and spiritual others. Also, according to scholars, as I mentioned, Paul Hedges, multiple religious belonging, or MRB, is moving away from largely contextual or textual analysis and elite discourses. Scholars of religion have more and more turned their attention to what is often termed, as Paul Hedges call it, live religion. This refers to ways that actual groups of people live out their lives and express their religious identities and in practice, in contrast to institutional religion or the dominant religion. Lastly, multiple religious belonging, or MRB, promotes equality, mutuality, and hospitality among religious groups. Thank you very much for your listening.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sadje. So very interesting and insightful presentations. You proposed multiple religious belonging as one of the antidote in front of the religious fundamentalism that I think it's also one of our problem in Indonesia, I think. So it's very, very relevant. But now I think also we can we learn something from our history, our best practices here in Indonesia? Then Pak Haris Zubair is going to present to us how the Islam, the Dawah, Islam can mix, or the way that the Islam choose to spread its religion in Indonesia, going hand in hand or going through the culture, Indonesian culture itself. And I hope that we can also learn something from the presentation of Pak Haris Zubair. So Pak Haris Zubair is will be our second presenter now. Pak Haris Zubair spent decades as a lecturer at the Faculty of Philosophy at Gadjah Mada State at Gadjah Mada State University here in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. His interests are very broad in the field of philosophy, ranging from the philosophical methodology, basic ethics, political ethics, the Javanese philosophy, and even Sufism. After stepping away from the hustle and bustle of the campus activities in Bulak Sumur, where the Faculty of Philosophy located, Pak Haris now spends his days in Kota Gede. It's a very small, it's a small and but very beautiful city in Yogyakarta. And he remains as a philosopher and cultural heritage activist in Kota Gede, Yogyakarta. So Mr. Haris will present a paper entitled Islam in Javanese Culture. Mr. Haris, Pak Haris, please present your paper in the next 30 minutes. Time is yours, Pak Haris. Please unmute first your microphone.
Okay, sorry. Thanks, Pak Yere, distinguished moderator and participants. Firstly, may I introduce myself. My name is Ahmad Haris Zubair from Gadjah Mada University. I also know I am head of cultural department from Indonesian Association of Muslim Intellectuals, or ICMI in Indonesian language, Ikatan Cendekiawan Muslim Indonesia di Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, or Special Region of Yogyakarta. I also head of Cultural Council of Yogyakarta Municipality. I will give a brief presentation about Islam and Javanese culture, a dynamic encounter. Islam is Indonesia's majority religion on the population of its believers, beside other quote-unquote official religions in Indonesia: Christian, Catholic, Hindu, Buddha, and Confucianism or Konghucu. From the number of religions alone, we can see how diverse Indonesia is. Geographically, Indonesia consists of 1,000 islands, about 17,000 islands, with various ethnic groups, about 525 ethnic groups and tribes, numbers of religious streams and traditional beliefs and religions, of course, outside the official quote-unquote 6 religions, as well as different culture and social backgrounds of Indonesian people are basically very heterogeneous. Considering the fact that Indonesia is a heterogeneous, multicultural, and multi-religion country, the old slogan for nationalism spirit, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, or can be translated as unity in diversity, berbeda-beda tapi satu, is really portraying the reality in Indonesia. It is also becoming a slogan that drives the sense of nationalism that put the high respect to diversity in this country. Islam, although statistically majority in number, is living and growing under the circumstance of diversity. Islam itself is not homogeneous, let alone bearing a single construct. Islam has its nature of diversity, of its streams, school of thought, or in Islamic terminology, madhab, and its textual interpretations or tafsir. Islam was formally arrived in Indonesia since 20th and 13th century. Some historical written evidences had witnesses that Islam in Indonesia was brought from Gujarat, India, or known as Gujarat theory. This thesis was supported by an Orientalist Nugroho that found the oldest inscription about Islam in Sumatra that showing the strong connections between Sumatra and Gujarat or India. Another theory of Islamic arrival in Indonesia stated that Islam had even arrived in Indonesia in longer period before 20th century, which is 7th century, brought directly by the Arabic traders and sojourners. It can be seen from the Islamic residential areas that found in Baros. Baros is North Sumatra, and it indicated was built since year 674. Different thought predicted that Islam was brought from Persia. Persian, now Iran, as it found that Ashura remembrance that give respect to the death of Hassan and Hussein. Hassan and Hussein is grandson of Prophet Muhammad in the Battle of Carmela. The similarity between its Iranian Sufi teaching Al-Halaj with Sufi teaching Sheikh Siti Jenar from Java. And last but not least, the naming of Pasai in Samudra Pasai that predicted from the name Persia. Despite showing which one is close to the truth, the different historical interpretations and findings about the arrival of Islam in Indonesia has reflected the nature of diversity of Islam in Indonesia. And now Islam in Java. The spreading of Islam in Java is inseparable from dakwah of Wali Songo. Terminology of Wali has meaning guardian, custodian, or representative, and Songo in Javanese language means 9. The name of Wali Songo. First, Sunan Gresik or Maulana Malik Ibrahim, coming from Gresik in East Java. Second, Sunan Ampel or Raden Rahmat from Surabaya in East Java. Third, Sunan Giri or Raden Paku. He spread Islam not just in Java, but far away to Molucas Island or Maluku. Fourth, Sunan Bonang or Raden Makdim Ibrahim, who did dakwah using the medium of gamelan. Gamelan is the traditional music of Java. Fifth, Sunan Derajat or Raden Kasim, who was well known as helper of ill people and orphanages. Sixth, Sunan Kalijaga or Raden Mas Sahid, who did dakwah through wayang. Wayang is the shadow puppet of Java, puppeteer of Java, and tembang, the traditional songs of Java. Seven, Sunan Muria or Raden Umar Said, who supported the establishment of Demak Islamic Kingdom. 8. Sunan Gunung Jati or Sarif Hidayatullah, which supported the establishment of Cirebon and Banten Sultanate. And last, 9. Sunan Kudus or Jafar Sodik, who did dakwah by using the Hinduism and Buddhism elements of symbols. He come from Jerusalem. The other name of Jerusalem, Al-Quds, and the name of one of the city in Central Java, Kudus, were originated from the name Al-Quds. Wali Songo, most of them lived in the 5th century. To highlight the importance and the uniqueness of the Wali Songo dakwah were the ability to blend with local culture. It made dakwah when smoothly and accepted by society without any notable conflicts among society. Javanese society has nature of its strong roots of culture, particularly in its values, its way of life, and traditional manners of Java called unggah-ungguh, both tangible and intangible culture, etc. Javanese enjoys living with harmony with self, harmony with nature and other creatures, and harmony with transcendental power or God. Detachment to the harmony way of living will lead to a chaotic life. Therefore, some rituals will be held to return harmonic situation. Some rituals, such as Slamatan, derived from Slamet. Slamet is, the meaning is safe, aimed at maintaining safety and security in life and to keep the life always in good fortune. Other ritual, Ruatan, Ruat is repairing, is held as a ritual to avoid disaster and misfortune in life. The dakwah spreaded by Wali Songo was not resisting to this kind of rituals that have been rooted in Javanese society for a long time, or trying to erase them. In contrast, they blended traditional and old Javanese rituals with Islamic prayers. The blending culture or acculturation between Javanese and Islamic culture has been creating the new harmony in society. The manners of maintaining the harmony in the early time of Islamic da'wah can also be seen through the role of Javanese Islamic kingdom, particularly the kingdom of Islamic Mataram Islam in 16th century. The traditional and adat rituals such as selamatan, sometimes through larungan or throwing offerings to the sea. Larungan itu membawa benda-benda berharga untuk dibuang ke laut. The rituals and ceremony to celebrate the birth of Muhammad Prophet, Maulid Nabi, named Sekaten. Sekaten derived from Shahadatain, or two testimony of no God except Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. Sekaten has become the annual tradition that still exists nowadays. The legacy of traditional rituals since Mataram Islam has still been continued by Yogyakarta and Surakarta Sultanate until today. Current Islam in Indonesia is highly dynamic, if not sometimes full of tension and contestations. Some streams such as so-called reformist Islam tries to purifying Islamic doctrines. The streams of purification of Islam has been known with their strong objection and strong resistance to traditional Islam. Traditional Islam is often described as mushrik and against Tawhid, or the centrality of Allah or God in Islam. The stigmatization to the different variations of cultural and traditional Islam has often ignited conflicts between Islamic people in Indonesia. At the end, we have to rethink carefully, as not all the matters of difference in the Islamic beliefs and streams in Indonesia should be contested and become the source of conflict. The difference between truth and interpretation in Islamic that is apparently very natural, and it's even a gift. Islam is rahmatan lil alamin, blessing to all the humankind. The greatest level of humankind is to the ability to respect the differences and varieties in our society. The diversity using the religion terminology is sunnatullah, is actually a God's will. I will close my presentation with concluding remarks. Diversity in Indonesia is actually culturally rooted in Indonesia. Indonesia society also strongly support diversity. Therefore, Indonesians tend to open to different culture, religions, or foreigners. The exposure to external world is not going to easily change the strong cultural roots of Indonesian people. Culture is a dynamic process that can appear as the answer to the current problems, the empirical problems of mankind. By answering the problem in society, culture can grow, expand, and exist in society from generation to generation. In some respect, religion also grow and expand to answer human problems in life. Faith, life after death are examples of transcendental images that help out to control human. Both culture and religion are providing answer for humans' question about life respectively. Thus, we cannot put culture and religion in the conflictual position. Kita tidak bisa menghadapkan kebudayaan di satu sisi dengan agama di sisi lain di dalam posisi konfliktual, konflik yang bertentangan. Or posit religion in higher level rather to culture. Culture is not felt in front of religion, as it should be standing hand in hand. Culture is often interpreted as secular, immanent, while religion is sacred and transcendent. It has created the images that religion is high and culture is low. I think, in my opinion, both culture and religion are two important aspects that can guide human to be better person, to be better society. These two are important and interesting each other in humans' life. Religion is not weapon to kill culture. Agama bukan senjata untuk mematikan kebudayaan. Our civilization is based on the value of culture, spiritual value, humanistic value, and harmony in our life. Religion is part of that. The culture that live and cultivate in Indonesia, including Japanese culture, can be a role model and the example of the harmonically merged culture and religion. That religion can exist without subordinating culture. Indeed, religion and culture are both equally contributing to humanistic value and human civilization in this country, but also for all the world. I think it's enough, Pak Yere, for next discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Haris. So it's really a very interesting. Also, if you related it to the presentations of Sadje recently, so the tension between I see that the tension between religious fundamentalism on the one hand and the proponent of MBR on the other hand find its kind of solution in how Islam is spreading using the means of culture and art. And I think Indonesia is a fertile soil for that example. And it brought up what we know as syncretic cultural expressions. And I think we can find it spreading almost in all over Indonesia. And that might be the best practices of how religion fall in the fertile soil, I think. So yet we have to agree also that Indonesia also has to address the rise of so-called reformist Islam movement, as mentioned by Pak Haris. And it's interesting also to notice that conflicting way of existing is not the way out. So I think it's interesting from the paper of Pak Haris. Before we go to the third presenter, let me just remind you that if you have any questions, please write down in chat room. Also, could you write also to whom you will address those questions, please. Now, our third presenter will be Professor Tumapudi Bharati. I hope I pronounce rightly the name. So Professor Tumapudi Bharati is going to present a paper entitled Christianity in an Indian social context. Christianity in an Indian social context. So Prof Bharati, we still have time. I think the first and the second presenter, both of them, they use around 40 minutes. So I think you also have time, let's say 30 to 40 minutes, you can present. Can we proceed to the fourth? Please kindly also introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon. This is afternoon here. So a very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say express my gratitude and thanks to Professor Mikhael for not giving up and making us to meet at least on this Zoom platform. And I think all the other participants agree with me if I say that we are all missing Atma Jaya Catholic University physically. Yes, thanks to Mrs. Hu of CRVP. Am I permitted you to share the screen?
Yes, yes, you may share it.
Yes, thank you. Where is it? Yes, thank you. My topic is Christianity in Indian social context. Actually, Christianity has a special meaning in India because the roots of Christianity in this country are connected with Saint Thomas, one of the disciples of Christ. We received from letters which were written from here, from India, that were read in the churches, which is the evidence that Saint Thomas was the first one who has reached India. Of course, he reached the Malabar coast, he reached in the Kerala, and then he traveled to Tamil Nadu. It was under one kingdom by then. And I think after 20 years of his arrival to India, he became the martyr. And after Saint Thomas, we have Saint Francis Xavier, who reached India in 1542. Especially, he was there with in Goa, and then he worked with Paul Fishers, that is considered to be one of the low caste, and he spent a year among them before his travel. And at this point, I just stop and say a few words about Indian social context. Because we need to understand the Indian social context first, then we can understand it in a better way. So Indian society is an amalgamation of various religions, castes, languages, and culture. Of course, even before the colonial rule in India, the country was not a union, but a land consisting of various communal groups with varied cultures and languages. But at that time, the people of the land coexisted with different social patterns and cultural values. And the major social pattern that existed in the society is caste system. Without any exception, every Indian is born in a caste that has the sanction of the Hindu religion. Thus, the caste divisions in the society are justified by the upper strata of Hinduism. It is an undeniable fact that caste inequality is a matter of unjustifiable contemporary fact. The caste-based Indian society is broadly divided into two categories. that is the caste communities and outcast communities. If you look at in the diagram, you can find the 4 castes, that is, of course, it can be also mentioned as jati. So the first 4, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaisya, and Sudra, they are called caste communities. And outside this periphery is outcast communities or untouchables. So if I use the word untouchable, it will be very clear because they are not allowed to be touched by the other 4 castes. Okay, this is what in brief about the system that is existing. And this graded inequality have socio-economic prejudices, and that has forced the outcast people. And now at present, the outcast people designated themselves as Dalits. So in the further discussion, I will not be using the word untouchable, but I use the word Dalit. And then Dalits are the preponderant in Indian Christian community, as many of them opted for Christianity to avoid caste-based discrimination in the Indian Hindu society. And then if you go to the missionary work, as I said earlier, it was started with St. Thomas, and then after that there was this gap of so many years, that is till the arrival, of course, major contribution by Francis Xavier. And after Francis Xavier, perhaps Robert de Nobili, an Indian Jesuit who has arrived in 1605, has a major contribution, and his contribution is definitely a unique contribution and worth knowing it. That we find when he arrived, he was received by the provincial of Malabar, Alberto Lorenzo, and he has written letters, and he has to permit on certain instance to Robert de Nobili. That is why I said his contribution is unique and not understanding. And then this Italian priest, he realized that the then Indians are not happy with the existing foreign groups, especially the Portuguese by then. And hence, he wanted to become an Indian to be successful. So, he introduced himself as a sannyasi, Indian sannyasi, and he started imitating the Brahmin monks in his lifestyle, including religious service. This is the photo of, this is the photo of de Nobili. You can watch a typical, this, I'm sure no Catholic priest will wear such a dress. But in order to completely Indianize himself, he used, even you can use the chappal or the shoe, what he is wearing is typical Indian monk. That is the reason why I said is a unique contribution. So he has taken permission. He asked the provincial, I quote, to pursue them more easily. Them means Indians. To pursue the Indians more easily, he asked me permission to abstain from meat, fish, eggs, and wine, and to eat only rice and vegetables, and using no other drink than milk and water, because this is the diet for a Indian monk. So he wanted to completely absent from using even wine, because he wanted to more Indianized so that people will come in contact with him. So accordingly, the permission was given by the provincial, because this was not new. It was already, as he says in his letter, as we know by experience that our fathers have obtained great success in China by putting the traditional dress there. And then Father De Nobili, he introduced himself to the Indian kings and the Indian society like this. He said, I quote, I come from Rome. My family in Rome corresponds to that of good Rajas in this land. When I was young, I became a sannyasi and a religious. After studying philosophy and learning the spiritual law, I left as a pilgrim my native country, passed through many kingdoms, and whatever I dwelt, I lived and conducted myself as a sannyasi. So he has given assured them that he is like a monk. He has nothing to do with the Portuguese. He has come from a different family, and he belongs to a Raja caste, that is in Indian caste system equivalent to Kshatriya. And then one thing we need to understand here is that though he has Indianized in his lifestyle and practice, but he always never compromised in the gospel what he is teaching. He very clearly taught the people that, I quote, in this matter, I treat of the coexistence of God, of his attributes, how he is one and three, how he created the world and men and all other created things. In addition to this, I teach how that very same God became man to save the men. I declare that his name is Jesus Christ, which means Savior. This is how he used to teach. Not only he dressed, the way he was preaching also completely Indian style. You can see on the picture on the right, on your left is Father De Nobili, and on your right it is a disciple. And a disciple, from the picture we understand he perhaps is a Brahmin because of the thread and other things. And if you look at the background, there is a temple also. So not only he changed his lifestyle, his food habits, Indianized food habits, but the way he said, actually he was sitting, perhaps maybe we can say a Padmasana or something. So he was sitting down, squatted on the ground, which perhaps is not something common to the Europe or the other things. And we never do it in our churches. So even while instructing his disciples, he followed the Indian style and Indian system. Everything, his lifestyle, his food habits, the way he was instructing, everything is Indianized, but he is never compromised in teaching about the gospel and presenting Christ as the Savior. And then after this, after this important priest from the Roman Catholic Church, we can then see that there are two important Lutherans that came in 17th century, that is next century. Initially from St. Thomas till St. Xavier, it took so many centuries. Now after 1605, De Nobili, from then we find the entry of the Lutherans only in 1705 in Travancore. and then the Baptists of Serampore. The Baptists of Serampore have made a very important contribution, especially William Carey. He was involved. He started his work in Calcutta, West Bengal, the present West Bengal. And then initially they started translating the Bible. Translation of the Bible was a very important activity taken up by William Carey. And then we can find that they not only contributed in translating the Bible, I think more within 10 years, they have 700 converts. And to Carey, like William Carey also has a special contribution. Special contribution because he is not just interested in conversions, he is not just interested in translation of the Bible, but he was also very much worried about the social evils that were prevailing in the then India. Especially he was connected with Sati. And then he also started education, and he was actually, William Carey was appointed as a professor of Sanskrit, Bengali and Marathi. We can understand he is a multilingual, and so that helped him in working for the translation of the Bible, and more than 24 Indian languages and dialects they have translated. And he was connected with the Serampore Press. Serampore is name of a place. There he along with his other friends, he started working, and he worked very passionately for the welfare of the Indian society and community. And he also started an educational institution, and even today we have that institution called Serampore University. It gives all theological education. And then let us look into the colonial government or colonization, the contribution of the colonization. The Portuguese is the first colonial power in India, followed by the arrival of Dutch, the British, and the French. Finally, it is a known history that the British, who won over the other European and native powers, ruled India for a long period. And then the colonial government's need for employees and the missions need the local ministers, and that has resulted in education for all Indians, irrespective of the community, irrespective of the caste, or irrespective of the religion. And prior to this, education was denied to backward castes. Once again, I'll show this. Yes, education was denied for the last two castes, that is Shudras and outcasts. Education was given only from the first three castes, the caste communities, and hence it was a sort of revolution because during the colonial government, the educational institutions were opened for all. As I have just now mentioned that Serampore University, which was started by William Carey. So both the government, that is the colonial government, and the Christian missionaries established educational institutions from primary classes to university education. This establishment of educational institutions certainly proved as a turning point in Indian social life. For the outcast communities, colonization has given them education, and the present globalization provided them opportunity to acquire personal property and own land, which was denied to them traditionally. Indianization is one of the important challenges before Christian missionaries in the beginning, but later it was not a serious threat. And then for the higher caste Christianity, that is from the first three categories of this structure, Christianity is a foreign language, or foreign religion or a European religion. Hence, they were initially hesitant to accept it. That is the reason why I made an emphasis on Father De Nobili for Indianization. But for the lower caste, that is the last two, Shudra and outcast communities, it is a saving grace from the existing system of social exclusion. The lower castes that consist of untouchable people welcomed Christianity wholeheartedly, as it has guaranteed equality of all, and moreover, Hinduism for them is equally foreign as they were outside Hinduism. Now, there is another segment I would like to mention here, that is Northeast India. The story is a different part in northeastern states of India. According to Stephen Neil, in his book Colonialism and Christian Missionaries, he states that never at any time nor in a way did any British government identify itself with the missionary cause. But this statement is contradicted by Frederick S. Downes, where he says, no serious student of the history of Christianity in India would attempt to agree that Christian missions and the Christian church in general did not benefit from the British Raj. So the researchers of the Northeast studies always used their references from government sources and ignored the sources of Christian missionaries and the church. The fact is that till 19th and 20th centuries, there was not much Christianity prevailed in the northeastern region. It took a lot of time. Only in 19th century or 20th century it reached. The earliest non-Christian contacts with Northeast India were made by Catholic missionaries with a small number in 17th, 18th centuries, but it was not successful. But the Baptists of Serampur, they initiated the missionary work in the 19th century in this region, especially Assam. Assam is one of the states in the northeast. So the first step of introducing Christianity in a very serious manner is by appointing Pandit Atmaram Sharma from Assam, and the first work initiated is that asking him to translate the scriptures into Assamese. If once the Bible is translated into Assamese, they can easily follow, they can easily understand. That is how Pandit Atmaram Sharma translated the New Testament in 1819 in Assamese language. This has definitely helped for the spread of Christianity, and institutional structures have been developed rapidly in the 20th century in the other states like Mizoram. Of course, the First World War also contributed because during the First World War and Second World War, many of the tribal people have fought on behalf of British colony. They took part in the world wars, and thus their participation in the war, going outside the country, and that is the end of their innocence, and they served. Many of them have served, especially in France, and then after coming back, and then after the Second World War also, they started isolating themselves, their exposure, and that is how actually we can find the introduction of Christianity in a practical way in these two states. The Manipur and Nagaland, they come later. So the worldview of the educated Christian tribe would never be the same again. In Manipur and Meghalaya and Nagaland, they looked at from a different angle. So in the 20th century, Meghalaya was the first state to be Christianized, completely Christianized, followed by Mizoram. So the Christianization in Manipur and Nagaland has taken place after the independence of India. Of course, as per the census of 2011, Christianity is the major religion in the northeastern states of India. Now, Indian Christians have the mixed culture. As India is a pluralistic country, naturally, the response to Christianity is also pluralistic. The ancient India is a land of various communal groups with multi-cultures, multi-values, and multi-religions. With the existing differences, there was no demand for coexistence until democracy was established after the end of the colonial war. So the communal social structures were maintained till then. In India, Christianity means one gospel and many cultures. The Dalit Christians suffer double exploitation. Hindu society separated them as they are Christians, that is, they belong to a foreign religion. Within Christianity, the upper caste Christians dominated them. Of course, from the year 2008, there were many attacks on churches and missionaries. I come to the conclusion part, that there is no doubt the caste culture dominates in Indian church, because the Indian Christianity could not escape the well-established caste hegemony. Perhaps Indian Christianity occupies a special or a peculiar chapter in the history of Christianity. Though the lower caste Christians practice many rituals and rites of Hindu culture in their social life, yet the upper caste communities of Christianity never accepts the lower caste Christians into their fold. This is due to the predominant Indian Christian social community life with caste culture sanctioned by Aryan Vaishnavism. It is saddening to witness that Jesus Christ, the founder of Christianity, formulated it to advocate a socially just society, but the upper caste Indian Christians are not willing to give up social inequality. Thus, I conclude that this caste culture, which was there in Indian society, has entered into Indian church, and though there is one gospel, but many cultures and many castes prevail in Indian church. With this, I thank you, and I hope I made some sense. If there are anything, because I have written a full paper, detailed paper, but I thought on this such platform, it is very difficult to read out everything. I gave a bird's eye view, and of course, we can get in the discussion, if necessary, any other points to be cleared. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I thank the moderator also. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bharati. So yes, your full paper is with us. So is it okay to give the paper to the audience?
Yeah, already I have given the paper.
Yes,
Submitted
yes,
the paper, but some modification, that's all.
Yeah, okay. So from Professor Bharati, I think we learned two models. I think the first is brought by Saint Francis Xavier, that he tried to address or to spread the good news of the Bible to the outcast. And it seems also that the outcast, the Dalit, they find this kind of liberations to embrace Christianity. But then you have another example of or another model of Father Nobili. And we see also that the good news of the Lord, or let's say the good news of the Bible, meaning to liberate people, it's not that easy to fall on the fertile soil of India. That's why we find at the end of the paper, Professor Bharati also kind of addressing the real problem now in the Catholic Church in India, that what we call liberation is not that feel or experienced by the Christians in India, even inside their own church itself. So that's let's let these third presentations, and I think also that's the point where when Professor Bharati and then I quote Indian Christ when he talked about the Indian Christian in the mixed culture. She said that there was no demand for coexistence until democracy was established after the end of the colonial war. So I think also that's the point. Now let's proceed to the fourth presentations. Will be given by Professor Srikala M. Nair, and I think Professor Srikala is already here. But first of all, I think I want to greet also Prof. Vila-Chã. I noticed that he's already here with us. So welcome, Professor Vila-Chã. Then Professor Srikala Nair is going to present the paper entitled Reforming Hinduism to Retain Religious Identity from Kerala experiment or from Kerala model. So let's proceed to Professor Nair. Please introduce your first yourself first, then present your paper. Please. Thank you.
Namaste and good afternoon to all. Thank you, Professor Mikhael, for this opportunity. And I am Professor Shrikala Nair from Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, teaching philosophy here. Well, since the title has already been announced, I would like to speak to you this afternoon on reforming Hinduism to retain religious identity, the Kerala model. I'll just get to the paper as such, and when the time is up, please do inform me. Today, a lot of studies take place on the influence of European Enlightenment in Indian philosophical thinking. In a way, such studies are attempts of self-understanding. Though Indians have suffered intellectual subjugation, the previous speaker was speaking a bit on that, during the colonial rule, with the enforcement of Enlightenment-led projects in the Indian soil, they also offered us opportunities to look at our own reflection in the mirror stretched out by them, that is, these colonial masters. And this eventually gave way to a self-appraisal of Hinduism and its subsequent reformations. A reformation undertaken on Hinduism was primarily focused on segregating what is dead and alive in Hinduism and make it a religion fit for practice in 20th century. Now, this had multiple benefits, and the uppermost of this, to my mind, is that it helped the natives to get back to their religion and thereby preserve their religious identity. And this is what I'm going to talk to you this afternoon. During the colonial regime, religious identity was at stake due to the spread of modern education, evangelical services of the missionaries, and the adoption of secularism. The religious leaders took care to revamp Hinduism and thereby arrest the outflow of the educated youth from the religion. The innovative spirituality attempted by some of the leading saints of the spirit have had multiple shades in it. While the reformist undertakings on religion were quite native and rooted in the text and the tradition of the land and limited to providing an extended interpretation of the Vedantic text, primarily that of Advaita Vedanta. We have different shades of Vedanta, and one is Advaita, or rather most popular form of Vedanta is Advaita Vedanta. While their critique of the tradition was sumptuously fed by the virtues of modernity, like liberty, equality, and fraternity, which prompted these religious reformers of Hinduism to look for parallel approaches in native philosophical wisdom. Before I get to Kerala and its unique religious, social, and cultural atmosphere, let's have a quick look at how the Enlightenment program and its baggage called modernity has affected Indian religiosity. This prologue would be useful since we need to understand the nature of the threat that native religions confronted with the introduction of Enlightenment projects in India, before we address how these religious leaders in those times of trials helped the natives to preserve their religious identity. The Enlightenment program could be defined in terms of two basic ideals, which had their origin in the 17th century Europe. First, the principles of scientific rationality, and second, the formal aspects of democracy, including the commitment to basic liberal individual rights. Even as the freedom fight was going on in India, on the frontline leaders and the nation builders of the time, in their enthusiasm to take the country ahead along the path of the material and intellectual progress, they thought it mandatory to imbibe the virtues of modernity. They thought that these virtues have proven successful since they were instrumental in liberating the European community from the clutches of church and monarchy, principles like democracy, liberalism, equality, and secularism. And therefore, they thought that our constitution should also be built in the same model, incorporating those virtues of enlightenment, which have been found fruitful in Europe. A constitution footed on these virtues, they presumed, would guard the country that stand divided in terms of caste hierarchy. Professor Bharati was speaking the caste hierarchy that prevails in Indian community, and also religious plurality. However, Indian religious reformers outwardly expressed unhappiness over the adoption of modern virtues to restructure the native religions. They were suspicious about the adoption of these extrinsic values, the values of Enlightenment project to revamp Hindu religiosity. They were critical of the virtues of modernity that were quickly replacing the native ones, which were culturally rooted. The value system was slowly getting replaced as the modernity was creeping in. They were also critical of the scientific rationality which sought to subordinate Mother Nature by its tools of critical rationality. All this is alien to the native Indian culture. These religious reformers spoke passionately about the need to maintain an organic relation with the nature, which they considered as something alive, conscious, and has been endowed with a teleos. To have a closer picture of how these religious reformers in India successfully resisted the cultural colonization by the Europeans, I shall instantiate it with a Kerala model. Similar things have happened elsewhere in the other parts of the country as well. Friends, understanding the impact of modernity in India is a difficult task because you know that India is almost a subcontinent. Various cultural elements and their mutual influences were to be taken into account in this pursuit. Due to India's cultural heterogeneity, the impact of modernity was differently sensed in different parts of India. While some parts of India refused to reconstitute the society in terms of these newly proposed virtues of modernity, some of the regional spaces became fertile land for their growth, and Kerala was one such fertile land of growth for these virtues of modernity. This strip of land, Kerala is just a strip of land at the western part of the fag end of the country. For historical and geographical reasons, has retained its cultural peculiarities for centuries. The Western Ghats, I'm speaking about the geographical peculiarity, the Western Ghats that stretches out as its eastern border permitted it to preserve the Vedic culture and religion migrated to this place somewhere between 4th and 6th century AD in its pristine purity. Note that of the three Samaveda chanting traditions that we have today here surviving in India, one was that of Kerala, that 4th century Samaveda tradition that has come to Kerala has been preserved intact, and that is why it exists as such even today. Along with the Vedic religion, the local Dravidian forms of worship, that native Dravidian forms of worship have too flourished here. Interestingly, while the native religions flourish here with the richness of the soil, alien cultures and religions have also found their home here. The Arabs have had commercial and cultural relations with this land since pre-Christian era, much ahead of the origin of Islam religion. Many of the Arabs have had homes and families here since they used to stay in this coast for a longer period for purchasing things and other things. All this indicate one thing, that Islam would have reached this coast as soon as it originated in the Arab countries. Similar is the case with Christianity. It is believed that Saint Thomas, one of the apostles himself, has established Christianity here in the very first century AD. And if this is to be believed, the Christianity that flourishes in Kerala is as old as its European counterpart. Probably the presence of Jews, I haven't spoken much on Jews, the Muslims and the Christians within the society since the ancient times have been one historical reason that contributed to the quick absorption of Western modernity here. I mean, the modern European culture into the cultural lab. The widespread social and educational reforms done by the evangelists and the Christian missionaries during the medieval periods happened to influence the lower and the upper castes of Hindus alike. And as a result, by the beginning of the 20th century, the educated Hindus began to downplay the significance of religion in their cultural life and started replacing the societal virtues and egalitarian practices over and above the religious principles. As modern education began to spread wide in the society, the educated Hindus increasingly began to disown their religion. The strict Hindu orthodoxy, with its implementation of casteism, did not receive much respect from the educated liberal-minded folks within the community. Also, positive sciences that were spread along with modern education also denigrated Hinduism as an aboriginal faith with blind beliefs, a kind of a pre-axial religion. So this was the cultural and religious landscape of Kerala during 19th and 20th centuries. The religious reformers were quick to see the danger involved in the young and the educated abandoning their religion. They could foresee that sooner or later the community, the Hindu community, would lose its religious identity and its participants would lose their religious identity. And identity is so fundamental as far as India is concerned. That in a way paved the very foundation for one's self-identity. If you forgo the religious identity, there is something really missing in your self-identity, or self-identity itself is at stake. These religious reformers, the spiritual masters, took upon themselves the task of reforming Hinduism by remolding it. And therefore they thought that it is highly essential that we reform Hinduism by remolding it and rejuvenating it as befitting the changing times, and thereby bring back those believers who have abandoned the religion, who have alienated themselves from it. Thus, they had to wage war at two ends. On one, against the Orthodox Hinduism and its normativity that refused to budge and incorporate changes, and on the other, against the colonial enlightenment project that was slowly creeping into the society. The primary task, however, was to recontextualize Hinduism in the wake of modernity by providing creative and innovative interpretations to classical Hinduism and its philosophy, a task which was very efficiently undertaken by these religious leaders. In fact, if Kerala's cultural status today has become at par with any European countries in terms of standard parameters like population control, literacy rate, cleanliness, social stability, public health, and primary education, it's at par with any European developed countries, the credit should go to these religious reformers who have worked, who have undertaken the religious reformation, which has spread into the societal level as well. So the second task was to provide a native response to this alien project called Enlightenment Program that aimed at spreading the light of reason across the globe, a venture whites took upon themselves, the so-called the white man's burden. These saints, these religious reformers, knew that the new crops of enlightenment rationality implanted in our cultural soil would soon become a weed and eat up the native growths, our culture and religion. Interestingly, one thing common to all these religious reformers was that all of them have resorted to Advaita Vedanta as the finest representation of Hindu philosophy and try to either explore it or to reform it for contextualizing Hinduism. We know that of all the philosophical schools that survived in India, Advaita Vedanta received renewed attention from those who have had Western education during colonial and post-colonial periods. The reason was simple. To most of the modern educated Indians, Advaita Vedanta alone could be the intellectual basis that speaks of non-dualism. That alone could be the intellectual basis for that broad-minded, liberal, tolerant religion called Hinduism. And on one side, we say that Hinduism is liberal and tolerant, and on the other side, if you keep your normativity, then there's a mismatch. While you have Advaita Vedanta, which speaks about non-dualism. So it easily gave what we demanded out of, or gave a neat picture of Hinduism. It was easy to identify the liberal European virtues brought to India with the Vedantic truths embodied in the Upanishadic texts like Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma, which says that, you know, there are where there are messages of universal brotherhood and human approaches. Yet another reason was that Vedanta tradition has evolved out down the centuries here, particularly in the southern India, reacting to the socio-cultural situations of the times. The cultural practices that were developed in and around the schools of Vedanta have made inroads into people's mundane lives here. The interpretations worked out by the masters, you know that Vedanta has grown with interpretations, but these were not interpretations confined to the text alone. They were also drawn from societal changes they witnessed. These interpretations were indeed mirrors held against the lived world of the people of the time. As far as Kerala is concerned, the legacy of Advaita thought was kept intact here ever since its inception by Shankara, who himself was a Keralite. Though Nyaya and Mimamsa were also streams that were attended since ancient times, in the post-Shankara period, Vedanta became the philosophy of the land. the 4 muds Shankara himself has established to retain the Advaita thought here, has done wonderful works, so much so that the philosophical tradition, the Advaita philosophical tradition, was kept close to the collective cultural consciousness of Kerala, which continues to be so even today. What is unique of the Advaita Vedanta Advaita Vedanta inspired Renaissance in Kerala was that religious reformers have creatively employed the metaphysical principles of Advaita Vedanta to bring in social changes. What they have done is they have pulled out tools from Advaita Vedanta and then tried to reform the religion, like say the attitude towards women, the scheduled caste, etc., thereby drawing progressive humanitarian principles from the age-old philosophy. A bright example of this is Sri Narayana Guru, who lived in 19th century, a pioneer in revising the conceptual foundations of Vedanta that led to a revamp of Hinduism. A mastermind in Advaita Vedanta as he was, is reinterpreted some of the principles and texts of the school so as to reveal the non-dualism underlying in this divisive world. See, on one side, you have a hi-fi, abstract, non-dualistic principle, and on the other side, at the praxis level, you have all inhuman and very, very normative kind of lifestyle, which was not matching, and that is one of the reasons why the educated youth started abandoning the religion, and the religious reformers have realized this, and they try to really implement the non-dualistic principles in Hinduism. It is popular that the school of Neo Vedanta, to which he belongs, often chose to ignore certain technical distinctions in Advaita Vedanta. Actually, they try to simplify the whole of the Advaita Vedanta. For instance, the distinctions between Vyavaharika and Paramarthika, the Jnana Karma distinction and the Jivatma Paramatma distinctions were all ignored. Actually, Narayana Guru erased off only the latter two distinctions and subscribed to the distinction between Vyavaharika and Paramarthika levels. He also rounds down the distinction between Para and Apara Brahman and says that it exists only in your imagination. In brief, he saw to it that while the main ontological structure of Advaita remains the same, those principles that denigrated the status of the world and the individual and caused thereby human alienation from the real and the absolute have been erased off. This was to reassure the ordinary religious believer that after all, truth or reality is not that distanced from him. Differing from the mainstream Advaita, Narayana Guru admitted ritualism into the presence of Vedantic wisdom. He has done a lot of religious reformation in the land of Kerala, and he has brought in ritualism into Vedantic wisdom by proposing Jnana Karma Samanvayavada. I have no time to explain what it is. In fact, his life itself was a demonstration of Jnana Karma Samanvaya. He has, he belongs to a lower caste, but he dared to install idols in several temples. And remember, these installations were epoch-making events, since for the first time in history, a person outside the orthodox, that is allowed only for Brahmins. So someone outside the orthodox priestly fold dared to officiate the installing of a deity. Later, these idol installations of Guru motivated the state authorities to let open all temples to all Hindus. Earlier, it was not the case that all Hindus could go to the temple. Only the higher caste were permitted to go. Through the much acclaimed temple entry proclamation of Maharaja of Travancore. Guru conceived temples not merely as places of worship. They were also centers for the cultural advancement of the local community in and around it. Each temple, Narayana Guru insisted, should be a place where people could formally get together to discuss matters of higher values, and a library has to be attached to each temple. See, a culture which is stagnant wouldn't grow and wouldn't represent the collective consciousness of the community. At a later stage, however, he encouraged people not to build temples anymore. He asked them to build schools because he realized that the lower strata of Hindu society need to be intellectually and culturally elevated through formal education, and only then you can have the informal education on religion and spirituality. Only then it would be effective. A major worry for all the reformer saints, be it Narayana Guru or Chattambi Swamigal in Kerala, was the caste division that was eating up the Hindu community like cancer. Hindus were weak and vulnerable because they stood divided, as is the case even today. Untouchability was practiced in its extreme form in Kerala, so much so that Swami Vivekananda, when he visited Kerala, he described it as a mental asylum. of people crazy about caste-related practices. Feet distances were determined for the lower caste. If you belong to this lower caste, this kind of feet distance has been entered, and so on and so forth. So feet distances were determined for the lower caste to keep themselves away from the upper caste, and those who break it were severely punished. Also, the lower caste were not allowed to enter the temple, as I have mentioned earlier, and they were not even allowed to go around, allowed to walk by the roads that surround the temples. The struggle for temple entry for all Hindus was also initiated by these religious reformers. Thus, the battle against casteism was fought, taking tools from the very religion, from the very system which has proposed it as a doctrine. They never believed that the social stigma of casteism could be mitigated by economic concessions and supports offered by the government. In fact, they said that such attempts would only promote the maintenance of caste identities. They also argued that casteism arises out of a conceptual confusion. Sri Narayana Guru famously has said in his Jati Mimamsa, he says, casteism is a conceptual confusion. And therefore, since it is a cognitive lapse, it demands a conceptual solution and not economic or sociological solutions. In his Jati Mimamsa, he says he has effectively employed the Advaita theory of superimposition, Adhyasa, and argues that Brahmanhood and Pariyahood are superimposed onto plain human beings due to ignorance, which can be mitigated only by knowledge. Just as ignorance, the Maya can be mitigated and the absolute, the Brahman can be revealed. Similarly, the casteism can be removed only by knowledge. Similarly, Chattambi Swamigal, yet another religious reformers, questioned the monopolization of the right to study scriptures only to the upper class. Only the higher class, Brahmins and Kshatriyas, were allowed to have the adhikar, this is called adhikaratva, the right to study scriptures. That was questioned, and he also gave a contextual reinterpretation of the principle of adhikaratva. Being touched by the social anarchism prevailing in the community, these saints spoke about the need to unravel the implicit ethical principles hidden in the Vedanta tradition. It is not that ethical principles were absent, the humanitarian principles were absent, but they were hidden beneath the ontological principles. They thought that it has to be unraveled. In the compositions like Anukamba Dashakam, Jiva Karunya Panchakam, they vehemently criticized these inhuman practices. Kindness to life and the noble virtue of ahimsa were the other traits that spontaneously find place if you were to speak non-dualism. The Orthodox Hindu religion, as you know, since ages, tied on to the theory of karma, did not subscribe to the compassion for fellow beings, as evident since the time of Buddhism. And in his Anukamba Dashakam, Narayana Guru counts kindness to beings as a dialectical outcome of one's love for God. If you say that you love God and then you are being cruel to your fellow beings, then you are lying. The gender justice was yet another target aimed by these reformers. Most of them worked for the emancipation of women and encouraged them to come to the forefront of the society. They argued that the patriarchal society developed in the later Vedic. Originally, in the scriptures, you don't have this gender bias at all. Only the later Vedic period, the patriarchal society has misinterpreted the Shrutis that resulted in the social degradation of women. They were quick to see that caste hierarchy and gender hierarchy were intertwined. So much so that the suppression the upper caste women experienced was much more severe than the suppression the lower caste women experienced, because in the upper caste women, there is a disjunctive relation between productive and reproductive functions. If you are a reproductive agency, that is, if you are a woman, then you can't participate in the productive functions. But in the lower caste, in the lower stratas, there was no such barrier. You can be a reproductive agent as well as a productive agent. You can participate in the economic affairs of the society. So in fact, land, woman, and ritual purity were considered by Hindu patriarchy as interlinked, and women were placed at the center of this. A lot of thinking went on into this. That could be another topic as well. As a result, today the voice of women are heard loud in the Kerala community, pretty distinct from the other states of India. Now let me take you from revamping Hinduism to the other war front, where these saints have fought a subtle but very effective war against the imposition of cultural colonialism. Most of these saints have realized that European culture was slowly eating into the culture of the natives, and feared that the cultural Kerala, a community already been familiarized with the other for centuries now, that there were Muslims and Christians since the pre-Christian era, and therefore they would easily give in. As we know, cultural colonialism generated an attitude of civilizational condescension, and the natives were presented as inferior to their colonial masters. Colonization also stereotyped them and reduced their variety to monolithic caricatures. The Enlightenment project also encouraged the villagers to commit the sinful metropolitan life that made them abandon their organic links with the nature and community. And everything eventually underwent change. The
You have
natives,
5 minutes, Professor. You have 5 minutes still.
the natives borrowed and shared the commercial ideals that came up during the Enlightenment rather than heroic ideals, and utilitarian values replaced the romantic and the nationalistic ones. Also, their approach to nature was tutored by instrumental rationality that ended up in desacralizing religion, something which was against the native belief. And the emergence of the secular and the humanistic values entirely excluded religion from the public life. And religion was a serious ingredient in the public life. And at once, religion was wiped out with the invention of secularism or the incorporation of secularism. The religious reformers were quick to see the overhauling dangers tacitly present in these modernist agendas and decided to wage war against this huge project of modernity by awakening the masses and making them realize their intellectual heritage that in a way provided them self-identity. We know that of all the types of subjugations, the cognitive enslavement is the serious, the uppermost enslavement because it is the foundational one, and the rest are all but its different forms, and hence decided to resist it tooth and nail. If colonialism is motivated by the desire to make the rest of the world more rational, as Indologists like William James have claimed, openly declared, it presupposes that colonial people have a basic lack, some sort of basic moral and mental lack. That lack cannot be a thin notion of rationality, but a kind of a thick notion of rationality, something which has evolved in Europe during the rise of science. So these reformers were aware of the huge damage that would befall upon our culture if the traditional values were to be replaced by this thick notion of rationality, that is the critical scientific rationality. They argued that this notion of rationality had a predisposition to make us surrender our spiritual cause of mind. They also realized that the indigenous, I'm winding up, that the indigenous pluralism that has been existing here is slowly being destroyed by modernity, and in its place a secularist pluralism alien to Indian culture was being projected. Mind you, we never ever thought that secularism is demanded in Kerala's cultural society because we have had multiple religions existing here. Before this disenchantment, native Indians never felt the need for secularism at the local level. The pluralism that existed in the land was native, not self-conscious. Now, today it is self-conscious. And being rooted in the indigenous culture, they never gave rise to issues of self-identity. Religious reformers have raised their voice against implementing secularism as part of the constitution, but it went to the deaf ears. And today we reap fruits of it. We see religion wherever it shouldn't be seen, and we do not see religion where it should be. So this sojourn through the reformative activities of saints of recent past would have brought before you how Hinduism underwent a thorough reformation at the hands of religious renaissance saints who have made it free from blind beliefs and inhuman rituals which enable Hindus reclaim their religious identity. But it is sad that today, cultural Kerala has almost forgotten the lessons it has learned from these religious leaders and is almost at the verge of slipping into the deep dench of atheism and agnosticism. And once again, religious identity thereby self-identity has been at stake. The young today stand at the crossroads, one road taking you to native religio-cultural heritage and the other take you to the secularist convictions, and most of them choose the latter because it stands with the global ideologies, the Enlightenment project, and alas, most of them choose the latter and as a result lose their religious identity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Srikala. The last sentence was very interesting. Here again, we find we face two models offered by the Hindu reformers in Kerala. And I think it's also very relevant also with other countries. If you say one is the recontextualize Hinduism and the second one is to adapt or give a native response to everything come from outside, then it reminds me of in Indonesia we have this this kind of slogan named Islam Indonesia or Islam Nusantara or Islam in Indonesia, or in Catholicity we have this slogan of 100% Catholic and 100% Indonesia. So those I think we face the same problem as it is right now happening here in Indonesia. So with this, I think we have heard the presentations of 4 of our speakers. They are very interesting and provocative for debates and discussions, I think. And now we are going to discuss some of the ideas and the topics. So let me first check at our chat room. Okay, I think we will do like this. Let me check first. Yeah, the first one is from, let's see. Yeah, the first one is from Risto Samosir. I think the same person as this morning. And he would like to ask these questions to Pak Hadje, to Mr. Hadje. But I think if the other speakers, you have your point also related to the one asked, then you can also say something. Risto, could you please open your mic and camera, please? Please briefly ask the questions.
So I am allowed to go online now?
Yes, yeah, please.
Okay. So thank you very much for Mr. Moderator. Okay, I actually have 3 questions, but I will put it very briefly. First is to Mr. Hadje that I actually already asked through the chat, and the question is, as I put there, the concept of terms of MRB, I think is a bit new to me, but I think this is a very good and encouraging word towards to have a better, similarity to between the religion. But my question is, from the Catholic point of view and Christian point of view, there is a first that go to the world and spread the gospel. Do you think this one does not conflict with the other religion concept? And do you think this is not the kind of relativism concept? That's the question. So second question is to Mr. Is it okay to have 2 questions?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's to Professor Ahmad. It is good to see your presentation for the history of how the Muslims spread throughout Indonesia. Oh yeah, Professor Ahmad, I'm also the alumni of Armada, so thank you for the presentation. So if we see, it is good to see the spread of Indonesian, Muslim Indonesian throughout Indonesia, that we never see there is a real conflict during the spread in Indonesia, because it is good and went out through the culture and local wisdom. But now my critical question is, especially with the current condition, from Muslim point of view, how far actually Muslim religion can tolerate and go into the real Indonesian local culture and diversity? Because as I mentioned, there is a term just now from the speaker that the religion should not kill the local culture. Indonesia, probably there's 100 of local religion, right? Is it possible that Muslim religion can accommodate so many religion local Indonesia?
and how far that Muslim can tolerate and go into the local culture. I think that's my question. Thank you very much for the answer and the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Hadje.
Yeah. Dr. Resto, thank you very much for your thoughtful, as I said, questions. 2 questions, very thoughtful. Thank you very much for asking these questions. For the first questions, I think that is very, very good questions and very challenging questions, because even now in the Philippines, we are debating on the concept of mission. If you mean if mission, you mean by mission is to spread the gospel and to non-Christian communities. But as I'm not really into that kind of definition. In relation to MRV, or multiple religious belonging, in relation to the concept of Christian mission, as I said, I define mission in a broader context. It doesn't mean that, you know, doing mission in a classical way, you know, to convert people. And I pointed out earlier that MRB is basically an individual choice. It is not it's not imposed, you know. A second, MRB is to encourage hospitality, embracing diversity, and learning mutuality with other religions. Now, this brought to the second question, if MRB is a form of relativism. No. MRB basically is not a form of relativism, because relativism, my understanding of relativism is everything is acceptable. I mean, everything is okay, acceptable, but the way I view relativism is there's no intersectionality when it comes to concepts and practices. It's independent, you know. It's pluralism, but it's not interconnected. But MRB foster diversity at the same time, plurality at the same time, intersectionality. Third, MRB, my version, by the way, the MRB has several versions. My version of MRB encourage individuals or groups to be faithful to their tradition, faith traditions, but also to be open and embracing and hospitable to diverse form of religions. So I'm not sure if I make sense with that.
Okay, thank you. So now, if I put the same questions to Professor Srikala, what would be the response of Kerala model addressing these evangelizations or spreading the Christianity?
What is
in your
what is the question exactly?
The question is that the spreading the gospel is let's say it's a holy command, go and spread the good news to all people, but then you have the problem of facing the different cultures and the temptations of let's say quote unquote kill the local cultures or adopting them. So using your task of the Kerala models, what would be your response?
See, India has been open to different religions and different cultures since antiquity. Actually, even Hinduism as such, there is nothing called, a monolithic structure of Hinduism. It is an amalgamation of different cultures that have came into this land, and then so it has absorbed. It has this. India has this nature to welcome and absorb alien cultures into its bosom. So it was all open, and as I have been telling you that since 1st century AD, alien cultures and alien religions, Islam, Jews, and Christians were in Kerala, and we have been living happily here until this Enlightenment project and this typical kind of critical rationality with which they try to kill the local culture and then try to supersede and trying to say that there is a basic lack with the natives, which the Europeans would compensate with with what they call as critical rationality, has been found problematic by the religious reformers. Otherwise, we are open, and India continue to welcome cultures and religions from other places and lands. But then subordinating the native culture is characteristic only of this Enlightenment project. Nothing with Europe and nothing with Christianity or Islam. We have no problem with any of the religions. Yes, that is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If that is the case, then I would like to go to Professor Tuma Buti. If that is the case, as mentioned, commented by Professor Nair, then it seems that inside the church in Indian context, let's say the Catholic Church, then you don't have this kind of enlightenment thinking, meaning that you still have these classes of the Christian, upper class Christians and the Dalit. So there is no liberation there.
Yes, Professor Jena. Yes, even today it is the practice, unfortunately, because culture perhaps one can change, If they want, they can retain their local culture or their own culture. They can adopt the foreign culture. It is a choice. But when it comes to the question of caste, it cannot be changed. You are born in a particular caste. You have to die in that caste, whatever it is. So when you enter into Christian church, you enter with your caste. That is why I gave 2-3 examples that the early 1st century, when Saint Thomas came, it was limited to Malabar area, Syrian Christians, to the upper caste. And then when Father De Nobili came, it is once again for the upper caste. But when it comes to the question of Saint Xavier and the Lutherans and Baptists, that is for all the people. But it is very clear that they enter into the caste system, and also all the castes may be in one religion, one gospel, one religion, one Christ. But when it comes to the question of social relationship, they go only for their own caste people. So in the social life, for example, if a upper caste Catholic wanted a marriage alliance, if he doesn't get in his own caste in Catholic religion, he may prefer to go to other religions than marrying in the lower caste Christians or Catholics. So it is very severe and serious. And for the information, even among the missionaries, among the congregations, even within the congregation, Indian Christians are suffering. For example, a nun who could not tolerate this inequality or caste harassment from Tamil Nadu has to come out of it, and she has written her biography, which has become very popular. Many Christians have these experiences. Those who are within the church, not only the people in the society, in the community, but especially in the priests or nuns, whether it is Roman Catholic or Lutheran or Baptist, this caste identity plays a very, very predominant role. They don't mind going outside the religion for their social life or social status. I hope I made a little clear.
Thank you, Prof.
I have a question in the chat box. Can I answer by Shivabalan Selvadurai? There is a question addressed to me in the chat box. Can I answer that?
Yes, the one raised by Father Bastian. I don't know.
Shivabalan Selvadurai.
Oh, okay, please.
So he asked, how do you see the utility of Kerala Hindu reform model for contemporary movement towards a Hindu nationalism? See, contemporary movement of Hindu nationalism is a very controversial thing upon which I don't want to really comment, because the earlier attempts by the Hindu Renaissance leaders were striving to reform Hinduism by picking tools from Hinduism itself, like say utilizing Advaitic tools. They were trying to reform Hinduism and bring it so that the educated Hindus could get back to the religion. But what we see today is a kind of Hindu nationalism. I really have no clue, Professor Shiva, what this Hindu nationalism is. And anyway, one thing, all that I can tell you is that it has nothing to do with the Hindu nationalism. As I have said, that here different cultures have been surviving in this country for centuries, and neither Indian philosophy nor Indian culture, why even Hinduism, is not a monolithic structure. It has this capacity of absorbing the best of the values from everywhere, from all sides. Ano Badra Shranava Vishwa Veda. That is what the Veda itself says. Let from all directions, the best of the values come and join us. If this is the attitude, then we can't be confined to any one particular religion or ideology, I suppose. And if you meant that, well, then it has the earlier Keralite Hindu reformers have nothing to do with the current Hindu nationalists. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are
hello.
There are
questions. Good afternoon. Can I ask a few questions, please, quickly?
Who is speaking, please?
Yes, my name is Ananta Kumar Giri from India.
Okay, please.
So thank you all for friends. Beginning with the first speaker, Hadje. Now this whole idea, discourse and practice of multiple religious belonging, as you yourself mentioned, that there are two models of multiple religious belonging. But the question is, what is the notion of the multiple? Because we can have an additive approach to the multiple or a kind of transmutative and transformative approach. My submission is that in order that multiple religious belonging can realize itself, there has to be much more encounter and interpenetration of religion. So multiple religious belonging needs to be accompanied by interreligious and trans-religious transformation. And belonging itself also needs to understand that belonging has both an immanent dimension and transcendental dimension. Then my query to the second speaker is that in contemporary Indonesia, what is the status of what can be called as the indigenous religions or the animistic religions? There is some dialogue between Islam and Christianity, for example, But what is the status of the Buddhists and the enemies, please? And my query to Professor Srikala Nair is, thank you so much. Now, in terms of religious reform, that very time and the vision, how the religious reform also has emerged with dialogue with other religions. Vedanta, for example. Now, Vedanta, as it is emerged in dialogue with other religions, and then also dialogue with science. So in Sri Narayana Guru, we find a dialogue, with modern science as well. So I request you to kindly share your thoughts on this.
Okay, thank you. Hadje, would you please respond?
Rob, sorry, didn't catch your questions to me, but could you shorten your questions? But I really appreciate your proposal that we need to acknowledge also the transcendental aspect of religious belonging. Hello? Yeah. Could you repeat in a shorter sentence your questions?
Like this whole multiple religious belonging, the very notion of the multiple needs to be much more critically thought about.
Yeah.
Because we can have an additive approach to multiple, like you and me. You are sitting there, I am sitting here. So you and me make a multiple or on the way to the multiple. But we need to have a transmutative approach. That means how you enter my consciousness, I enter your consciousness. So multiple needs to be part of a multi-valued logic and not just either or. So I wonder whether in the discourse of multiple religious belonging, these kind of considerations have been entered or thought about.
Yes. I agree. Totally agree with you. If you read Panikar, I think he mentioned that and addressed that concerns. And yeah, I agree. Totally agree with you that although, as I mentioned a while ago, that MRB has several versions, but in other versions of MRB, they explore and address that concerns. Yeah.
Hadje, since some participants also ask your ideas related to Jürgen Habermas, do you think that also your thoughts just mentioned can be related also to Habermas?
Well, I'm not sure about Habermas, but when I explored the work of Habermas, actually, which Habermas we are talking, I'm basically, the Habermas I'm talking here is the late Habermas. Because before, Habermas subscribed to the classical notion, the classical argument that religion will be disappeared in society, like following Durkheim, August Comte, Marx, and Max Weber. But eventually, in the later part, after the 9/11 attacks, Habermas changed his positions from disappearing to privatization of religion, and then lately accommodating religion in the public sphere. In the book titled "Religion in Public Sphere," it's a conversation with various scholars like Judith Butler, Cornel West, and Habermas. Habermas pointed out there that religious groups, in order to effectively participate in the democratic process, they need to secularize their religious language. But for me, that's problematic, because Habermas still functioning in the Western Enlightenment thought of categories. These dualistic categories, that there's a secular and non-religious, or religious and sacred and profane categories. And for non-Western scholars, like Talal Asad, that is very problematic. And other scholars like, yeah. So this is problematic because using these Western categories will not fit to non-Western world, because in the Philippines, for example, we until now we are confused. You know, this artificial line between religion and non-religious. So we're confused. Even in our constitution, 1987 constitution, Philippine constitution, it's not clearly defined. You know, the boundary or separation of the church and the state. In fact, Duterte, the present populist president, using some religious languages to justify his unacceptable foreign policy, and not foreign policy but public policies, particularly the war on drugs. He uses some religious languages like sinners, addicts are sinners, so they deserve to be punished.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my response to Habermas. But I encourage you to read the Talal Asad instead of Habermas.
Okay, so Prof. Bharati, maybe you want to answer the questions. Or
in India, multi-religions is not a serious threat earlier. As it comes to the social level, the religious people live in harmony. But when it comes to the involvement of the political parties, somehow, somewhere, it was becoming a little problematic. And second point here, I would like to make a mention. Though the previous speaker also, Professor Srikala Nair also said that we were living in harmony with various religions, though it is Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, we have Buddhists also, Jains. At social level, it is comfortable. But when it comes to the political level or the constitutional level, or the government for that matter, unfortunately at present, after the independence, it is the Hinduism that is trying to dominate. Hindutva, not Hinduism. Maybe Hinduism is a sort of dharma, a way of life. To that extent, it is okay. But the present day, it is, instead of Hinduism, it is becoming Hindutva. And earlier also in the chat room, I saw somebody asking Hindu nationalism. Nationalism should be a nationalism without an adjective, whether it is Hindu nationalism, Christian nationalism, Islamic nation. No, religion cannot be. As in the morning also, some speaker said, if I remember, if we can keep religion at personal level, then that will be a better, that will emerge as a better society. But unfortunately, some groups, we can say, some groups with some vested interests are bringing this religion and making it as a threat for the social existence in India. Thank you.
okay, thank you, Prof. So Prof. Nair, would you respond?
Professor Guri, thank you for the question. And my quick response would be that yes, religious reformers were never hesitant to adapt the virtues and values from the other religions that juxtapose Hinduism. As I've said, that I always see that every culture, be it Hinduism or any other culture, see, it can't be in waterproof or in a watertight compartment. It has to have interaction with the other cultures that juxtapose it, and then it should have the absorbing capacity, and Hinduism has great absorbing capacity. And definitely these reformers, as they have, in order to be tolerant to another religion, what is most required is that you understand your own religion best. You understand the focus of your religion. You understand the crux of your religion. Once you understand your religion best, then you'll be very tolerant towards other religion. Have you ever found the mystics fighting with each other? It will never happen because they have understood the crux of their religion. So the point is that so these religious reformers were always willing to take the virtues from other religions, and of course Hinduism have evolved with dialogue with other religions, and as far as science is concerned, like we'll have to go very slow and be very cautious. Science during Narayana Guru's time and this early late 19th century and early 20th century, science was not that way developed as we experience today, and so there was not much of a dialogue that was taking place between science and religion as we see it today. But nevertheless, they were open to it. See, as an ideology that is coming up and which has been proved valuable for human society as such, they were open to it. They were not against it, but only they were worried about desacralizing the nature, which is supposed to be considered as alive and divine within the nature.
Okay. I saw also questions raised by Father Bastian from Leuven should be addressed to Pak Haris, but I don't know if Pak Haris is still with us here. But if Pak Haris is not, he's left already, then Bastian, could you reformulate your questions in order that our colleagues from Professor from India or Hadje may answer the questions related to idolatry and the restrictions, religious restrictions.
My question is very specific to Professor Ahmad Subair because it is about Islam.
Yeah.
It is a very simple one. To my very limited knowledge of Islam, there are some restrictions on figurative representation in the hadith for fear of idolatry. My question is, given that some of the Wali Songo use wayang as their means of spreading the faith, how had they negotiated and resolved this apparent dilemma or conflict? So it is a very specific question to Professor Subair, in fact. Yeah. Thank you.
Pak Haris. Pak Haris, are you still with us or?
Yes, yes. So yes, not there.
Okay. I don't know if any Islam scholars here, they can answer us. Any Muslim scholars among us here? Please answer the questions.
Pak Haris had put in the chat that he left already, but he'll come back later.
Okay, I see. Okay, so we leave these questions unanswered. Okay. I don't know if it's also common or typical Indian case. Do you face also this problem in India? Meaning it's kind of religious restrictions due to some of its ground teaching of idolatry and those things? No. Okay. So any other questions from the participants? There is still one in the chat room, but it's also related to the thought of Habermas, and I think it's a kind of suggestions also that it might be helpful to read the dialogue between the debate between Habermas and Ratzinger. I think it's okay, interesting, and also the questions of the thinking of Habermas related to the democratic society. I think.
Can I have ask one short question to Professor Bharati?
Oh, okay, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prof. Bharati. I've never been to India before, but I'm just curious. So how is the things in the church actually? So is it separately between the upper casta and the middle casta and the lower casta in terms to come to the sitting in the church? Is it that bad? Thank you, Professor Bharati.
Yeah. I didn't get you the question. In the church?
Oh, yeah. I mean, talking to the social casta in India. So how's actually the practice in the church, in the sitting of the church? So in terms of that, is it separately sitting between the upper level, middle level, and lower level?
Yeah.
Is it really that bad? I mean, when it comes to church?
Yeah. Very good.
I'm just curious.
Good question.
No, a very relevant question.
Yeah.
In the beginning, there were separate churches. After Saint Thomas left Kerala and Tamil Nadu, especially Saint Thomas was in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, Malabar area. After he has left, there were separate churches for the based on the caste, upper caste church, outside the caste church. And later, with De Nobili, all the people entered into the church, one church, but seating is different. Seating is different, and also the graveyards are different. Graveyards are different. But at present, in many places, this seating distinction, separateness is not there. But I'm subject to correction by Sri Kala Nair, but in Kerala, I think Syrian Catholics will not go to Latin Catholic churches. Latin Catholic church members are not allowed into Syrian Catholic churches. I think still some sort of practice is there, but in the seating, when it comes to the seating, now we sit together, but when it comes to the question of social functions at home or marriages, other celebrations, restricted only to that particular caste.
Okay. Does it happen also to men who come to the mosque, or the people who go to the mosque?
Yes, but I don't know whether entering into the mosque, I think they can enter, but caste is practiced even in Islam in India. Some lower caste people who have converted into Islam were still treated as somewhat lower. So as per the Constitution of India, those lower caste Muslims enjoy certain reservations, whereas upper caste Muslims, no reservation. Same is the case with Christians also. The upper caste Christians do not have any help in the form of minorities. But the lower caste Christians have some provisions as per the constitution or in the government welfare schemes.
Thank you, Professor Bharati.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we are now run out of the time, so we stop the questions and answering now. So thank you very much for our four speakers. I think you're doing very well in presenting us very thoughtful ideas to be think and ponder upon. So with this, I give back this chance to Bu Ana. Bu Ana.
Right, thank you, Mr. Yeremias, Jena. Thank you for such the enlightening, heartening presentations and discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have your attention to the closing speech by Professor Dr. João Vila-Chã, the Vice President of CRVP. And our second moderator will accommodate questions from the audience. Please welcome Professor João Vila-Chã. Professor, please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry for that. This is the nervousness of the occasion. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I have actually I'm not sure of the timing. I apologize for arriving late because of my time here in Rome. It is a real privilege to witness this portion of the symposium that I could attend, for the richness of the presentations, for the marvelous attempt to deal with the complexity of the issues of culture, issues of identity, issues of religion. As Vice President of the RVP, I'd like to thank in a very sincere and cordial way the Atma Jaya University in Indonesia, Professor Dua and all the colleagues for organizing and putting together this event. Of course, I cannot forget the work and the assistance of Dr. Hu Yeping, who, as always, keeps this important process going and actually growing. We are living in times of in challenging times, times of difficulty. Today, I allow myself to think in a special way of the peoples of India and other parts of the world, take into account the seriousness of the pandemic. I don't know the situation in Indonesia, in the archipelago. From what I know, it looks better than in other parts of the world. We are all struggling. We are all fighting back this problem, and looking ahead to find not only solutions, but also to devise and to imagine situations and projects that can bring us forward as one family, as one human family, as a family of peoples and cultures and religions, all striving to get to the alpha and omega of history, using the Christian language of Teilhard de Chardin, a Jesuit from the 20th century, the first half of the 20th century, that was able to work and to so to speak, to uncover the many layers of the evolution of the human evolution, and to identify in those layers the presence of the spirit, of the one spirit, of the same spirit. The spirit that for those of us who are Christians, we identify with the spirit given us by Jesus after his death and the resurrection. This is what we have been confronting here, this plurality, this diversity of issues, the complexity of the problems, the challenges of the past and of the present, and recognizing that in many ways our present situation in its diversity remains very much connected with the past, with the journeys we have been able to make, sometimes very successfully, or rather successfully, many other times not so successfully, and even sometimes in ways that we need to reckon with and to try to learn those deep lessons when it comes to the evils of exploitation, to the evils of alienation, to the evils of subjugation, to all those things that perhaps have been instrumental for a greater good, and yet we need to recover from that. But also aware that we are not necessarily better than our past generations. We work in different conditions. We have much other means available to us, like this, being able to instantaneously cover distances that when the Portuguese went to India will take 12, 18 months to make the trip. Now, my trip to Indonesia takes a fraction of a second. So this is absolutely amazing, the times we are living in. And I think as we recognize the predicament of our age, of our global age, I think we need also to become aware of the added responsibility that we have before ourselves, before others, before our societies, before the other societies, and ultimately before the one that is the cause and the origin of everything that is. And as I was thinking of the topic of this beautiful topic chosen for this conference, the meaning of cultural and religious identity, I tried to think, what is that makes us as different as we are, with as different histories and historical configurations that we have? We come together, we talk, we dialogue, and most importantly, we have this growing feeling within ourselves that we need to pursue this search for wisdom, this search for truth, this search for that something that not just brings us together in a peaceful and pleasant conversation like the one we had here today out of Indonesia, and passing with touching points in many other countries and continents, from Asia to Europe, and perhaps even beyond to Africa and who knows what. So what is that brings us together in the discussion, in the consideration of the role of culture and its importance, or the importance of the search for identity? Well, I was reminded of one of the most outstanding phenomenologists of the 20th century, a man that was born in Asia, in Vietnam, and but was son of a French family. He was as a citizen of France, and so he died in Europe a few years ago. I had the great pleasure of meeting him several times. I cannot say that we are really friends, but he was an amazing, a wonderful person to be with. I'm referring to Michel Henry. And Michel Henry, in his polemic with some of the aspects of contemporary culture, which he was very critical, particularly of technological aspects of that culture, what he called, he was using a very strong language. He analyzed it in terms of a barbaric situation. I do not agree with that. I have a much positive, I think, outlook regarding technology and what technology is capable of helping us to do when we go about the mission we have as human beings, of course, but particularly as people engaged in university research and teaching, and as in particular here at the RVP, this Council for Research in Values and Philosophy, the issue remains the same. What are you looking for? Well, using the words of the late philosopher, phenomenologist, I think that the ultimate concept that might truly that not just brings us together, but truly might help us to further and develop continuously this kind of search we're engaged in, is the concept of life. For some good reason, Jesus Christ in the gospel identifies himself not just with the truth, but also he makes himself, he identifies himself with the way and with the life. Well, I think that life is ultimately what a culture is about. Life has many infinite manifestations. Life manifests itself in many different ways. But perhaps the most impressive way life, this concept, this phenomenological concept, manifests itself is in and through cultures. Our culture, my culture, your culture, the culture of my people, the culture of your people, the culture and the cultures of all the peoples on earth. And as we look for identity, and as we recognize that the search for identity sometimes causes serious problems, conflicts, even acts of terrorism, the most despicable, the most unadmissible expression of life is any expression of life that destroys life, that kills life. So I think that we as intellectuals, public or less public, we all have this particular duty of fostering, of sustaining life, because life is, on the one hand, the most transcendent and most beautiful, sustained and sustainable reality, ultimately is what we call God, what religions call God. And on the other hand is, as we all know, most vulnerable reality. So the philosopher, like you and me, as we look for solutions, as we try to identify problems and to reckon with them, with the challenges, I think we perhaps will do always well in putting ourselves, in making this phenomenological act of recognizing that behind us or in front of us, in this ocean in which we and our initiatives emerge, is that reality, this ultimate reality, this transcendent reality of life. So that to study a culture, to affirm a culture, to correct a culture, to let a culture self-correct, correct itself, is something that perhaps philosophy, in which philosophy can find one of the most significant raison d'être, reasons to be promoted, reasons to be sustained, and to be engaged with, because ultimately this is what serves our human condition best. So my injunction on this, my modest contribution to this discussion, to this conversation, particularly, and I am so glad to listen to some talks that I miss some great talks, I'm sure, but listening to those aspects in which contributors were trying to clarify from historical or other points of view reasons for concern, challenges that still are ahead of us. I think perhaps as we live still through a major challenge, a global challenge, the challenge of this present pandemic, I think perhaps this idea of life as subject and object of culture, as expressed and manifested in and through culture, could help us ahead. Because no culture is to be absolutized, no culture is to be declared superior to the others, no culture is to be taken for the ultimate and definite answer. All cultures are on the way. We all are on the way towards something greater, indeed much greater than ourselves. So with these words, I want to congratulate all of you for being here, to congratulate in a particular way the Atma Jaya University and all the colleagues that in Indonesia and out of Indonesia collaborated on this, all the colleagues that across Asia made themselves present and shared thoughts, or at least a listening ear, and also on other continents, perhaps in America, certainly in Europe and Africa, and whatever places have been represented here. So thank you very much to the organizers, to the promoters, to all those who contributed substantial reflections to this most important and dear topic to the RVP Council, so that we might feel encouraged not to stop here, but to move ahead and continue to look for ways of greater cooperation. Technology is not, it's not just a matter of being doomed to use it. I think technology and digital technology in particular challenges to take control of what we can do or what we should not do. In any case, it is my wish that one of the next meetings like this, perhaps again in Jakarta or in Yogyakarta or whatever place is more convenient and more feasible, we might be able to return to that kind of history that Father George MacLean, Professor MacLean, during so many years, and I'm sure many of you have some recollection of his presence, of his wonderful presence, and his tremendous energy as he was pushing across the globe this agenda of a confederation of minds, of great minds. And I wanted to say, let's hope that at some point in the near future, we'll be able to return to presential meetings, because certainly as we so much talk with our bodies, not just with our voices, I think the presential presence, also to have a taste of food, I'm missing here the food from Java, the drinks from Java, and since this comes out of Indonesia, this is also part of culture and part of identity. In any case, we did a great job. You are to be congratulated, and I congratulate you. And with this, I finish my remarks. I hope they are understandable to all of you. And may God indeed bless you all. Keep us safe. Keep you safe. Keep us all safe. You and your families and your loved ones. And might the energy that was put on the table this morning, this afternoon, might continue to grow, so that we become truly instruments, kind of apostles of that life that is beyond all of us, much greater than all of us, and we adore ultimately whatever religion we sincerely and authentically assume as our own and practice in the context of our particular culture. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you all again soon, anytime in the near future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Vila-Chã. We are great to see you again, and also to other professor, Professor Tumapudi, Martha Beck, Ahmad Haris Zubair, Agus Nugroho, Professor Srikala, Christine Carmela, and Hadje, and all the participants. We thanks very much for this nice meeting. I think this is my last, and I apologize to everything that if the meeting is not so good for you. Once again, thank you, Prof. Vila-Chã. Yeah, bye.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah. Yeah. Anna?
Yes. All right. Thank you, all presenters and audience, for participants. Once again, on behalf of the committee, let me also express my sincere gratitude, high appreciation to all professors, moderators, and participants for your great contribution. We apologize if there is an inconvenience during this event. Take care and see you in the next event. God bless you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you untuk Jana. Thank you
Goodbye.
untuk Dua.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye,
Thank you,
all of
Anna.
you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Congratulations to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Yo. Yes. Ya, kumusta na ho? Ya, kumusta na kayo? Yes. Foto lahir nggak bisa? Foto lahir, ini foto lahir. Foto lahir nggak bisa sini. Bisa ini. Nah, bisa. Lagi, baru. Ini pasti nanti ini. Baik, baik. Eja.
Ya. Halo.
Udah habis ya?
Sudah. Dokter Who masih ada nggak?
Apa?
Dokter Who masih ada nggak?
Oh. Masih ada.
Ya, kayaknya sudah nggak ada.
Pak Sarip masih ada, Rohman.
Oh.
So, no, from India.
Oh.
Ini bang. Biar agak lurus aja. Kelihatan di situ.
Capek ya?
Di saya sinyal agak ya kadang-kadang lemot deh.
Lemot ya. Ya.
Sanso masih ada Sanso.
Sanso masih ada. Roni, Ana, terima kasih. Sanso, nanti kita ketemu ya.
Iya, sama-sama Pak.
Terima kasih buat Mbak Ana. Ana, terima kasih.
Cince, ya Sanso, ya semua masih ada.
Saya izin keluar Pak.
Oke, silakan. Sudah capek memang kita. Saya juga mulai capek.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Ya, nanti kita kontak untuk ketemu ya.
Ya Pak. Izin keluar.
Enggak ada, coba bukan. Nah, kamu keluar. Ada. Ada nggak? Ada. Udah ya, Mike?
Ya.
Kan?
Ya, ya, oke, baik, silakan.
Terima kasih banyak semua.
Ya, mari.
Ya, nanti rapat lagi kali.
Pak.
Yuk.